They want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves. Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. Isn't it pathetic?
We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace.
If I'm elected president, we are going to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C. My plan will cut energy prices in half or more than that. That means we're going down and getting gasoline below $2 a gallon. Our country, starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. Yes, we will make housing much more affordable as inflation is tamed. A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
Nations do not want to fight endless wars. We're getting out of the endless wars. We have to do it. No new war. We don't need the wars. Foreign lands, countries you've never heard of, countries that don't even want us there. We will keep America out of foolish, stupid, ridiculous foreign wars. The plan is to get out of endless wars, to bring our soldiers back home, to not be policing agents all over the world. We were crazy what we did. We had these endless wars that go on for 21, 22 years, spending billions and billions of dollars. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. These endless wars that we've been in, I've gotten us out of so many. We don't want to get into wars. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars. We will have prosperity and peace. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Remember, I'm the president of peace. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. He's going to start a war. I said, no, no, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. 2 wars, Venezuela, where we lost nobody, and here we lost 13 people. And I say this, I will end that war in one day. It'll take 24 hours. I know Zelensky well. I know Putin well. What I think you should do, if you're going to do it, then you have to go into Epstein's friend. Still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. Favors were sold for cash. I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister, so maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula, Jay Scott.
Episode 190. Welcome to ISRA-HELL.
With special guests.
Green Party candidate for California Governor, Dr. Butch Ware.
A real fake news update. And all new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. All right, guys, we are starting the show. Welcome, everyone. Another episode of The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Non-Tribal Approach to News Network. This is your non-tribal approach to news space where we can all kind of come together in this shared populist movement away from the two-party system, which really is one oligarch, one uniparty playing us on each other, both controlled by Israel, as we know, and not to mention all of the pharma companies and every other military-industrial complex profiteering company that comes with it. And that's the system we find ourselves in. There is no actual honest media unless we are here doing it ourselves. And that's why we're here. We wouldn't be doing this show If what? If we actually had honest journalism that we thought we did our entire lives, if we actually could turn on the TV and get that 1 hour of honest news that Walter Cronkite, hey, we're just going to take a break from capitalism for just 60 minutes a night and give you guys honesty. What a concept. What an idea. No, impossible to do. Not able to get that into reality because why? Because these corporations, these broadcast companies, they are only there to defend the powerful, the Epstein class, the pedo class, the things we've been able to discover being in this space, the technology that is being used against us. We can use it to fight back. We can use it to communicate. We can use it to share with each other. And that just is another step in this war that just keeps getting more and more intense every single day, actually every hour at this point. Doesn't it feel like the news cycle just goes faster and faster? It certainly does for us, for sure. And that's why it takes a village to do this type of work. We can't do this on our own. We do this because you guys tune in, and we know you're coming from your own places of being fed up with this same system, being fed up with the thing that you thought was the safe place to be, right? The tribe, the thing that you were told you were the good guys. You're part of this thing. What is the goal? To beat the other guys. They're the bad guys. That was what's wired into us our entire lives. The problem with that system is that it's about winning and losing. It's not about justice and peace and freedom and living. What is the basic fundamental? I forget of our Constitution. What is that thing? What is that thing? The pursuit of what? The pursuit of happiness. How can that be if we're in a constant WWE battle against each other, defeat your neighbor, win the election, and then everything will be great? Well, guess what? It's not. And it never is, and it never will be. It's only great for that small little bit of people at the very, very top of this entire thing, this entire scam that have been playing us on each other the whole time. So are you ready to put on your critical thinking hats once again? Take off those tribal goggles that you've had on where you're not allowed to ask questions. You're not allowed to question your own group, your own tribe. Well, we're not a tribe here, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to walk around on eggshells. If you have a question, you raise your hand. Hey, teacher, got a question? Well, guess what? There are no dumb questions. There are no hurtful questions. There are no words that are violence. That's the other thing they told us, is that our words can be hurtful. No, they're not. Not the conversations we're having. We're not threatening anyone. We're not threatening violence. So don't tell us that because we're asking questions that's violence. It's not. And if you buy that, then you're also falling for the idea that we're all these little glass figures walking around very carefully, and if someone throws a word at us, we're going to shatter. That's not how things actually work. We're actually better than that. Our species is better than that. It's actually the opposite. We take words of critique. We take words that come out of nowhere, maybe make us go, whoa, I didn't think of that. And guess what? It makes us stronger. That's correct. So we look forward to discourse. We look forward to engagement and debate. These are healthy things, and we certainly have them on this show frequently, actually, and that's the whole point. So let's come together with the same principles of being against censorship. We are for free speech. We are anti-war, and we are for everybody having an opportunity to speak and to represent their truth, justice, and humanity in general, which is really bigger than what we were told the American dream was about. So this is bigger than that. And we appreciate our audience that watches us outside of this country, because this is not the end all point of the entire universe. It's not this country. That's not how things are, actually. We represent the entire humanity, the entire planet. That's what we're doing here. So thank you guys all for tuning in today. Let's make sure you guys know where you can find us. If you're discovering us on Rumble, we've been here the whole way. This is important. I actually want to announce this right now. Rumble, because this is the Rumble channel that has not been taken down. You guys know that our YouTube channel has been taken down. And we've had to start a new one. That's this one. That's THL Presents. The Homeless Left is no longer on YouTube. But going back to Rumble, this channel has been up the whole entire way. And we just discovered, or remembered, I guess, looked at the calendar and realized that it's been 3 years. This is our official 3-year anniversary right now, where we started with episode 1 with you guys long ago. That was May of 2023. May 23rd, I believe, was our first broadcast. So we're right here on the cusp of 3 years doing this. So we can't do this without you guys. So thank you so much. We're not going to be putting on the party hats today. We don't have time for that. We're just throwing it out there in the universe that we did make it here. We didn't think we'd do 3 years. We thought we were just going to do 10 episodes. But here we are 3 years in, and it's because of you guys. Thank you so much for being part of this non-tribal exploration in this space, this populist movement where we are building each other and we're fighting back against that small little Epstein pedo psychopathic warmongering Zionist class. And that's why we're here right now with you today. We're also on X, Homeless Left, and Matt Weinglass. And we also thought we'd just try this for fun because why the hell not? I don't know if any of you guys are on Twitch, but this is brand spanking new right now. So check that out if you get a chance. I don't know. We're just looking into it. So we'll see if it's got any legs. But there's us on Twitch right there. So again, thank you guys. Let's make sure we're all good to go. We're gonna oh no, this is cool. Awesome. I appreciate the shout outs, you guys. This is great. Thank you. We should go. You're one of our I say old school. I don't want to say old school, but original supporters of the Rumble channel. Thank you so much. Happy 3rd birthday, THL. Means a lot, man. We really appreciate it. And let's let you guys know what today's show is. Today is, we're calling it Welcome to ISRA-HELL. This is a commentary on all of the things we're seeing happening at the same time. The things that we're not so shocked about, but it is pretty sad to see. It's the Massie situation. We're going to get into that. We know that these primaries have been going on, not just in Kentucky, but we have our LA primaries. And today we have an opportunity to talk with Dr. Butch Ware, who is officially the Green Party candidate for California governor. It's a mess out here, but someone's got to clean it up. And we're going to be talking about that. So we're excited about that discussion with Butch Ware. If you guys don't know, he was actually on the ticket with Jill Stein in 2024. If you guys are one of those that took the gamble and said, you know what, I'm done with both of these horrible parties, let's go for this this third option, then you're gonna definitely want to be part of this conversation. So again, we're covering Thomas Massie. We got a Bill Gates story on Lyme disease a little later in the show. Ben Gvir taunting flotilla hostages as if that's some weird off the wall thing that Israel is so embarrassed about. Yeah, freaking right. That's what they do. We got Bill Maher losing his audience, which is in real time, literally and figuratively, no pun intended, right there. So let's just move into the first. We're gonna do I guess we call it real fake news. We're gonna get to that in just a moment. Oh, check this out. We do our first comment ever from Twitch. Look at this. Look at that. This is official. We're officially running. I didn't even know if it would work, but we're on Twitch right now. So thank you, Ghostly Alter Carlton. I can't pronounce the whole thing, but that's a great first start. Thank you so much. We'll just call you Ghost. Thank you so much, Ghost, for the first comment, inaugural comment on Twitch. Let's get into. Oh, let you guys also know we're gonna have both our co-hosts on here with us today. Craig Pasta Jardula and Jay Scott as well. Both of them will be coming in. So we have a packed show. I should point out we weren't here on Tuesday. There's a reason. We'll talk more about this later, but we're trying to maneuver through some stuff right now. We'll have a discussion with you guys later on that one and how we're going to continue to do what we're doing and hopefully get back to 2 times a week very soon. But we aren't going anywhere. We're still here. We're still here and we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and start the show off. We usually do this on Tuesdays, but we got to do it on Thursday today because this is the one show this week. So let's go for it. Real fake news update. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're looking at the Thomas Massie. I don't want to say shocker, but it's certainly a disappointment how things went down in the Kentucky primary, where we were told by our president himself that this was going to be an all-out war against the loser part of the party, the loser candidate. He was going to make absolutely sure of it. And of course, AIPAC was going to make sure of it too. And they certainly didn't waste a second bragging about it. But let's look at how this went down. This was the final results. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I put up the wrong one? Oh, it looks like Jeffrey Epstein wins the Kentucky primary. I'm confused. I must have had the wrong one up. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, but it looks like, according to this, Jeffrey Epstein beat Thomas Massie 54% to 46%. My bad, guys. Let me get the right one up here. Oh, shoot. I might have gotten it wrong again. I'm sorry, guys. According to this, and I don't know where this came from, but it looks as if some people are saying Benjamin Netanyahu won the Kentucky primary. So let's fluster through this. I understand this is why we do real fake news. We want to see what's real, what's fake. But both of those, I would believe it. I would believe both of these to be true. Epstein winning and or Benjamin Netanyahu winning. But let's try to get to the real part of the story. There it is. Look at that. The guy that nobody ever heard of. Ed Gallerine. No one's ever heard of him. They're trying to play up his Navy SEAL experience on Fox, but no experience speaking in politics whatsoever. But yet, look how many people came out for him because they just automatically woke up and said, all of a sudden, this is the guy I'm going to get out and vote for. Pretty incredible that this happened. Now, here we go. There's AIPAC letting us know almost immediately that a victory in Kentucky, not to mention the Georgia one, that's where they drove out Marjorie Taylor Greene, ensures that two outspoken pro-Israeli voices are positioned to fill seats previously held by outspoken detractors, Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. In other words, people that wanted to call your bullshit out, we had to get rid of them. Our community was proud to help pro-Israel candidates win these races. How funny that they can say it, but when we say it, we're called, well, we know what the worst thing we're called, but even mildly, we're called paranoid or making excuses. They're telling us that they make this thing happen. That's the whole point. This is what we're battling against. Because if you are putting money to decide who is going to win, then we're not actually having elections now, are we? Because money's the only thing that seems to matter here, which is what AIPAC is celebrating. Okay, well, let's look a little closer because it's nice to compare a previous election where Massie voters in 2024, as you can see, 39,000 in 2024, just under 40. So he had a 19% increase in voters for him. Really? That's interesting, right? That he got more popular in the 2 years here. And that's, to me, that actually makes sense because of how outspoken, how much he's actually gotten done in the last 2 years, how much he's called out the things that are important that the voters, that his own constituents want, when we're talking about no wars, no Iran war, the Epstein files released. I mean, just those two alone, I could see how 19%. But let's look at the opponent votes, because apparently from those same 2 years, his opponents have had a 356% increase. So they must be some pretty damn good candidates. Not to mention the total votes doubled. So double the amount of people showed up. So they must have been very, very passionate about this AIPAC guy, I guess, right? Okay. So why don't we look at the actual people involved in the winning team? Because apparently, according to people on Twitter that have been sharing this out in the last 48 hours, they've been telling us that there were only up to 30 people at Ed's victory party. How is that possible? How do you get only 30 people at your quote unquote victory party? Meanwhile, Massie's is the loser party. And let's play a clip, because this is Massie saying, I lost the election, but we started a revolution. Interesting. Where have I heard that before? Bernie Sanders. Let's not get too excited, but hey, the words sound great. And you know what? The people showed up And this is totally familiar of how Bernie got screwed in the Democratic Party in 2016. Of course, we know how that story ended, but in that moment, it did seem like a revolution that was intentionally blacked out by the corporate media and the in Bernie's case, I don't think it was AIPAC that was involved as much, of course, but you have this this party influence and this corporate media influence that can basically rig any election they want with whatever money they can get into that campaign. So that's what happened here. Keep the flame of liberty burning, my friends. I will continue to put people and principles before party. America first. Interesting. So he's not rolling over here. Well, let's look at the actual crowd. Here we go. Well, let's see that one more time. Okay. Well, that's clearly there's more than 30 people in that room. Okay. Well, let's look at what we have next is how did CNN cover this? Because what we hear a lot if you turn on Fox or you look at a lot of these MAGAs that are MAGA for life, they'll tell you that the liberal media is rigged against Trump, which it's not actually. And you guys know that these are just little theater pieces. But the point is they do exactly what Fox does, which is protect AIPAC. And how do we know that? Look at the coverage right before the election that CNN did. This is not called journalism. This is called fake news, which is when you leave the most important thing out. And that's why this is real fake news. Check this out.
Chance that Massie is, in fact, the Kentucky 4 GOP nominee. It has been falling considerably over the last 10 days, according to the cash prediction market. Look at this. It was 71% 10 days ago. Look where that number is now. It's 44%. So chances more likely than not, though it is very close, that Massie will, in fact, go down to defeat. But again, we're just going to have to wait and see the votes getting cast and counted because this is quite close. But any time that an incumbent member of Congress goes down, he has done something seriously wrong in the minds of the voters.
And that's it. That's all you got to say. He's done something seriously wrong. That's how you're conducting your news station. And again, I want to point out to MAGA, MAGA for lifers who are convinced that CNN has been pushing the thing that they're not actually doing here. Just take a look at this. You can understand that they are what this news organization is doing is it's blaming Thomas Massie from being disconnected from his voters and doing something wrong. No mention of any other influence that might be in play here, which you should be. You should be interested in that if you're a journalist and you see this complete drop from May to now. How did that happen? Our president has been telling us that this was going to happen. He warned us. He sent the Secretary of War. They took a break from the war for a day to go to Kentucky because it was so important to our war strategy, our Israel first strategy. And you're not going to tell us about it. And meanwhile, you got a lot of the country still thinking that CNN is the one that was pushing Massie when there won't. You still don't believe me? Check out their post coverage on this.
The president wants this power. Every president. No president looks at the Senate or looks at the House and says, you people matter to me. They do this begrudgingly. So what this says, I think what this says is that Trump is master of his domain, and his domain is the Republican Party. And he fully owns the Republican Party. We've had this discussion over the previous months. At what point does his power abate, and do you have a breaking point with Republicans? Not today. That's for sure.
My point is he'd rather lose the seat than not have that.
Okay, so let's unpack this. Thomas Massie was not a part of the governing coalition in the House. He is a different character of this Congress than he was in previous Congress. He sits on the Rules Committee. He's been a problematic vote. The whole Congress.
Trump's not the only one that's glad to see him go,
yes.
I wouldn't say.
And it's complicated because Thomas is quite complicated. He's been a libertarian true believer. He represented that class of 2010 that came in that were the...
He's going to try and tell this story about how complicated Massie is. Massie's not complicated at all. Not at all. It's pretty cut and dry. He's stayed principled. He's had the same thing the whole entire way. That what changed was Trump running on those principles and then doing the exact opposite. And for this suggestion, and this is the problem with what they call liberal media. It's not liberal media. It's corporate media. It's state-sponsored media. It's whatever combination of corporate and state you want to call it. But it's protecting the powerful. And what they're doing is they've been doing it for over a decade. They've been telling you that Trump is the unique bad guy who has apparently emperor-like powers. He's a superhero with emperor powers that can, just snap his fingers and have whatever he wants done. That's not the story. And that's the part they're protecting. What they're protecting is an Israel first policy that is top down, giving him the orders of what is going to be the thing that we're going to do. Because otherwise, none of this makes sense. So you're going to go on this entire tirade about Massie being complicated. What's so complicated? We know exactly what happened here. Massie knows what happened. In fact, he took this pretty well. More than I think he realized of how cool he'd actually look at this point in time. Telling a joke like this, which actually, he kind of hit it out of the park here.
Come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrine in Tel Aviv. I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable the whole time, and we're going to stay that way.
Yeah, they've been he's been honorable the whole time. He's going to stay that way, and he's still in office for another 7 months. So he's not going anywhere. He didn't throw in the towel. I'm not saying anything against Marjorie Taylor Greene, just using the throwing in the towel expression, but in the sense that she ran out of gas or just couldn't handle the threats and the daily paranoia which comes with the territory. Of course, you're going to be paranoid. I mean, we still trying to figure out what happened to Thomas Massie's wife, and he's just takes the hits and keeps going. And he doesn't look like he's at the end of the line by any means. So these next 6 months, 7 months, really, there's going to be a lot going down here. And so we can't predict a 2028 run just yet, but let's see what he can do with the power he has right now, if any, versus anybody else who has zero power. He might be by default the most powerful congressman in Washington right now by default. And I'm not saying that's a lot, but it's something. It's a little something. It's a little something. So we'll see what goes on there. So because this is real fake news, let me show you guys how much damage the CNN coverage does when you have Democrats like this speaking about what happened, telling their base the completely wrong story. Again, back to the Emperor Trump does anything he wants. This has nothing to do with Israel, and this has nothing to do with the Epstein list either. Nothing.
Donald Trump doing 3,700 stock trades in the first quarter of 2026.
It's clear he's not focusing on the American people. We've known that, but he's in it for one thing and one thing only, his own wallet and the enrichment of his family. He showed us in every possible way. So it should shock me, but I'm not shocked at all because this is who he's always been, looking out for himself while everybody else gets screwed over.
So this is why that's so dangerous of a narrative. That's a very dangerous narrative. This is what the left, this is the left that told us, the left, whatever the hell that is. The people who told you Kamala was the lesser of two evils, and look at how worse this was. This I told you so. This is very, very dangerous to say Trump is who he's always been. He's actually not. You didn't have to like him ever, but if you can't recognize the policy differences, you can't recognize the massive difference in the control by Israel in this administration versus his first term. If you can't recognize those things and you're just blatantly saying, we told you so, that's not true at all, because you're deliberately leaving out the part about what he ran on and about how this actual 2024 campaign was a diverse group of voters, was people that were fed up with the Democratic Party. They followed RFK over. They followed Tulsi over. They followed Elon over. They followed Joe Rogan over. So you're missing that entire thing. And by the way, every one of those people, either they're completely zombie walker now, like Tulsi and RFK, or they've had enough, like Joe Rogan, or I guess Elon's kind of a zombie walker. He just kind of, I had nothing to do with it. But this is the part they're missing, and that's dangerous, but that's what the Democratic Party needs. They need to go back to the Trump is maniacal because he's a narcissist TV show host. And they will not talk about Epstein at all. And if they do, what do they tell you? They tell you this is happening because he's protecting himself. And that's what she's doing. Let's hear the rest of this. That's what she's doing. She's saying this is specifically about Trump, but no mention of Biden was in office for 4 years and could have done something about it. There's way more than Trump protecting himself and his family. Of course, he's making a bunch of money, but that's not what this is about.
Do you think, speaking of getting screwed over, do you think that Thomas Massie lost last night because of his championing of transparency in the Epstein files?
I think that was a big part of it. I think anyone who defies this president on anything, okay, who doesn't kiss ass at every opportunity and doesn't bow down to this tyrant, will be steamrolled over. And
no mention of Israel, not a mention. That's on purpose. She didn't just get that wrong or accidentally leave it out. She's protecting Israel in this comment. This is the Democratic Party wiring the entire last decade. This is what anyone who pisses him off, he says enough with you, and he's protecting his own crimes in the Epstein files. No mention of anybody else that might be giving those orders from above. Nothing there.
so, but yeah, Trump clearly has been protecting his pedophile friends and people who had absolutely no problem in trafficking women.
Congresswoman,
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
And you can always tell when people aren't being sincere about Epstein when they say trafficking women and then they trail off their sentence because they don't want to really tell you what it was. They don't want to really qualify Pizzagate. They don't want to really get into the words. It's hard, right? Oh, it feels hard to say words. Oh, it's uncomfortable to say child sex trafficking. It's uncomfortable, right? To say what? Eating kids, eating their intestines, raping and murdering them, ritualistic sacrifice, adrenochrome. You can't say that. I'm not saying she has to list all those right here, but you know this. This is Trump loved beauty pageants and raped 14-year-olds, and that's what it is. That's what it is. That's the whole thing. So there you go. And this is the leverage into the 2028 campaign to make all the Kamala voters be ready. They said, we told you so. Now we're back in. We're going to show you guys. It's all about Newsom. It's all about AOC, whatever the hell it's about. They're going to tell us what it's about, and then we're going to pretend it was our idea, and we're going to feel joy again. And F you if you even voted for Trump at all. F you, you piece of shit. We knew that he was a narcissist the whole time. No other indication of anything else that might have changed, i.e. AIPAC money, Adelson money, any other Israel first agenda, including annihilating the entire Middle East and every single neighboring country of Israel. But that's not really what this is about, right? Trump just is a narcissistic game show host. And that's been a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, here we are, guys. Moving on here. Let's not waste any time here. Let's go ahead and bring in our co-host right now because we got some more stuff to cover. And what better way to do it than bring in our guy, Craig Pasta Jardula. You guys know him. You love him. Let's bring him in. Pasta, welcome back to the Homeless Lab.
Man, I got so much to say about that election over there. Give people a perspective that they don't already have, man. A lot of people have been talking about, brought that statistic. And first of all, I think the thing you got to pay attention to most is the Cauchy number. How did they jump so far, so fast? You know what I'm saying? And I love the fact that you're pointing out all the rhetoric out there, that the narrative management that they're trying to make you believe. That's very important too as well. But, like I said, this is a global cabal. This is the Epstein cabal of sorts. And there are some major players that are involved in this election that a lot of people aren't looking at or aren't pointing the finger to. So, I mean, this is a very interesting times. So
for sure. I wanted to get to, you know what? Let's stay on the Massie thing because I did leave some stuff about the last story because we were I kind of left it out of there, and I think it actually will benefit here. And then we'll go to the breaking news after that. Sure.
Iran.
Okay.
I mean, you're already talking about Massie. I think you set the table for it and stuff.
Okay.
So there have been other people who've kind of floated that numbers that you showed, that from the last election in 2024 to 2026 election, the opponent of Thomas Massie for the fourth congressional district of Kentucky had a 356% increase. Most ever, never been done before, never that much of a jump of that many people who didn't vote to people who voted this time. They want you to believe that it's the Trump machine. That's the way the narrative of the Democrats, they're selling it. The CNNers are selling it. It's all about Donald Trump and whatnot, but it isn't. It's more to it than that. There it is. I think what people have to do is start looking at the players that are involved, right? I think a lot of people, where I do feel, I don't want to say it's a mishap, but I think when we concentrate too much on Israel, because AIPAC did put that tweet out there congratulating the opponent of Thomas Massie. And like I said, for me, this is way too much where they're showing too much of themselves. Who's the Oz man behind the curtain actually operating things? I believe it is the Epstein cabal, whatever you want to call it, the ruling class. There's other interest involved when it comes to war and all these things going on. Like I said, Coca-Cola gets to charge $8 for a Coca-Cola that's drank in Iraq than they do to a Coca-Cola that's sold over here. The industry of war is a racket. Smedley Butler is huge and it's crazy. So I do believe it is this global cabal. However, I think we need to pay attention to the players that are involved that nobody's talking about, Matt. Could you give me your share screen real quick?
Sure.
I'm going to educate you on some things. So cue the music. Go. Here it is. I do. I'm so sorry. Here it is. Let me get this on. Hold on. I'm so sorry. 2 seconds. Where's it at? Here it is. Okay. So we always talk about the companies that are involved who own the software and the hardware of the machines. I go to Latin America all the time. It's very, very simple and very transparent. It's one day of voting in 99.9% of the elections I've been to, all the 100% of elections I've been to all of them, 7 Latin American countries, where you have to go to your designated precinct at your designated table where there's 400 ballots there, and they take a ballot off when you go to vote. It puts in the ballot box, and however many ballots are cast have to match the number of ballots left over to equal the amount of ballots that are right there. They then take those ballots out in front of everybody and count them. There's no names on them, so you don't know who voted for them. You just know the person signed off to go and vote. So they protect the voter. They protect the process. The people get to witness it. In the United States, it's different. We're using hardware and software out there, right? And there are different types of hardware and software. There's a big thing between a machine that lets you vote, right? A voting machine versus a counting machine. And in certain counties in the 4th Congressional District of Kentucky, they have a central tabulation room and where they count the ballots. And in certain parts of the county, they have where it's counted at the precinct, posted on the door, and then reported to central tabulation. But there are 2 main machines they use in this election. One is called an e-scan, right? And if you look at this real quick, Matt, over here, the one on the right over there is an e-scan. You get a ballot, you mark the ballot, you put it into the machine. The machine then tells you what you're voting for. You have a chance to look at it to make sure it's right. Then you put it back into either that machine or another machine where your ballot is held. So it's a ballot marking device. You're using it to mark the ballot. It spits it out. You get it. You turn it in. Different than the tabulation machine, which is also by the same company. But the one in the middle, right, that's an e-slate. It's called a DRE machine. I've been talking about for years that these need to be eliminated. They are touch screen machines, Matt, in which you vote in. So you go in as a voter, you hit the buttons, boom, boom, boom. It gives you a receipt and tells you who you voted for, but you don't know if you're going to get that number counted properly because we don't have access to the software. And this company is called Hart Intercivic, which is one of the big 4. They're all around the country. They're located, the central quarters are in Texas, but they're one of the big companies that sell hardware and software to all these different districts, all these different states. For Thomas Massie, this is the company that was used predominantly over there. Who are they owned by? They're owned by this company right here. It's called HIG Capital. HIG Capital. HIG Capital was started, I think, about maybe 30 years ago or something, right? But it was started by 2 different guys. Now, I just want to say something. They own the company that owns the hardware. They own the software. it's a private equity company, Matt. So you don't know who's the investors who actually own the hardware and software to the machines that we are using.
Well,
the guy who started it, his name is Sam Khan. Sam Khan right there happens to be the managing director of Blackstone.
Of course.
So Blackstone owns the hardware, owns the software, private equity. You don't know who owns the main stakes, who's involved. It's all secretive in a publicly funded election. And the last piece is, well, wait a second. What about this company here? This company is called Modern Litho. Well, Modern Litho has the contract for the printing of the ballots for the 4th Congressional District of Kentucky. Modern Litho also had a guy by the name of Sam Khan work for them for years and help raise the company's status. He's the managing director of the private equity firm of Blackstone. So pretty much, Matt, I put this tweet out there. To accept the results of the American elections, that the results of an American election are valid, you must trust the private equity firm with proprietary software and ownership claims. In other words, you don't know. I'm going to take this off now so we don't have to share it anymore. You don't know who the controlling the software they use is proprietary. The ownership is proprietary. And all we know is the guy who started the firm that owns the machines that use the count in the Thomas Massie's 4th Congressional District works for Blackstone, and he also has stake and interest in the ballot company as well. We have a completely captured system. I can't prove that it's rigged because I can't look at the software and show you. We can look at the math and say something's not right. But here's the thing. You can't prove to me that it is real because you have to say we're just taking the word of a private equity company like Blackstone, and we all know who Blackstone's about. This is what I say, Matt, right? This goes above Israel. This is like the global fucking elites. Israel's a part of it, right? Just like the United States is part of it. It's all these private equity firms that go everywhere around the world and do all these things. There you have it. That's who's running that election.
Yeah. Well, and you're right. All we can do is look at the numbers, but you can't. That's it. Then they can they can gaslight us. And say that we're making this stuff up. And we've been seeing this for years and years and years. This goes back to 2000 when I first got interested in how election rigging goes. And you just follow the paper trail, you follow the companies, and it's all these private companies that we're supposed to trust in our democracy, right? And then you have the left saying we're holding on to democracy, and they don't see any of this. And if you're a Trump voter and you're pointing this out, you're called all these names and you're banished from the party, and the whole thing's just So we have to show people this stuff. Here's another number from Ryan Mata. So you had this increase in voter turnout. So we showed you guys that, right? This 356%, which has never happened. This has actually happened. It's never happened once in any primary election in U.S. history going back to the 1970s. The total voter turnout in a primary increased over 100% from these last 2 years. From 52,000 to 105,000. That was the total.
Yeah.
This is also never once happened in a primary election since 1970. This is the kicker, Pasta. This is the kicker. So Thomas Massie loses by 10,000-ish votes. Ed Garin receives 10,854 mail-in votes on the final day. Where have we heard mail-in vote problems before?
Yeah, let me stop you though real quick.
Okay.
Thomas Massie did get 8,000 something change absentee ballots too as well. So that's why it's hard to look at that particular math. They each got around 20% of their vote in absentee ballot. You know what I'm saying? This is a hard way to rig the election through mail-in ballots. I'm not saying that they couldn't have stuffed mail-in ballots, and they probably did. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. You know what I'm saying? But it's also, they have areas too as well to stuff the machines, cluster the machines with going around the mail-in ballots, especially when the head guy of the software company in the county who controls the counting mechanism also has stake in the ballot company too as well. But people are pointing out the fact that, well, Thomas Massie also had 8,000 absentee mail-in ballots too as well, saying that they had a little bit less than 20% of their actual vote. So,
Okay. So
I'm not saying that it couldn't be a part of it, But that is something to consider where a lot of people, I would say also too, Matt, if you talk to Kelly Lane, and she's absolutely right when she talks about this, the closed primary system is really messed up because it's a publicly funded election. It's funded by the people, and then you're shutting one group out, and you're saying you have to choose A or B. That shouldn't be the way. If it's a publicly funded election, and that's the thing, if the guy's going into Congress, he's going to serve both sides of the aisle when it comes to the voters, right, of the constituency. So he should be, he should be accountable to govern as a whole in Congress. So why would you have a closed primary? Inside of that district where Thomas Massie ran, there's well over 60,000 independent voters that couldn't vote in that election. And he would have mopped up the independent voters, especially when he lost by a little bit over 10,000, when you're leaving 60,000 voters that are shut out and can't even vote for him. I think the closed primary versus open primary system is another form of voter suppression that we should talk about.
Yeah, but it all comes back to the money and where that money comes from and who controls. So once you can start controlling these apparatuses, like mail-in voters is another way to do it. Well, everything you broke down, that's the stuff we should be angry about. We should be yelling about it. But like you said, we can't prove it 100%. What we can do is we can just look at these public discussions that these Zionists are having with each other, trying to still play victim here as they rig this thing, and they talk about how the money is the thing. This is John, I don't know if you saw this, this is John Podhoretz. He's actually, as he plays victim here, we have to all of us Zionists have to get together and do whatever we can to defeat these people, these anti-Semites like Thomas Massie, and he's celebrating the role that this money plays into getting the outcome, which is the complete opposite of what a democracy is supposed to look like. Here he is.
It is a good thing if Massie and the people like him and others believe that if you cross the line into anti-Semitism, Jews are going to use the power that we have openly to go for you. Because what other recourse is there? Are we just going to sit here and take it, beg for scraps, hope that nice people are nice to us? The Democratic Party is going explicitly anti-Semitic. We can see it happening. People are getting benefits, as Seth says, for being anti-Semites. That seems to be part of an appeal in primaries to the left and the party. We have to use what means there are at our disposal. And in my view, and I'm going to put it blank, that is Jewish money. There is an enormous amount of Jewish money in politics, by which I mean Jewish donors, wildly disproportionate, not only charitably, but politically. And when I say charitably, I mean nobody really knows the numbers. Jews make up 2% of the population. According to some studies, Jews make up 20% of the charitable contributions made in the United States annually. That is a tenfold. Think about that. Think about the disproportion of that. And in politics, it's pretty close also. And if that money isn't used, why do people give money? Because they want to influence elections to get people elected who reflect their views. Well,
so he's admitting to us how to rig an election is with money. And you take a 2%. If you take him for his word, I mean, he's telling, we're not saying it, he's saying it. He's saying 2% of a population can have 20% influence on a general election anytime. And that should happen. If you don't do it, then you're a fool not to do it, not to rig an election with your money, to elevate a small percentage of people and the things they want versus what the other 98% want. That's just, so he's just telling you that that's okay. And we should understand that is clearly giving it away right there, right? I mean, and it's not necessarily for this election alone or anything. This is just the mindset of democracy is who has the biggest checkbook. That's democracy. And he's saying that's how it should be. So here and they're saying it out loud. This isn't us saying this. We're just saying that this is the mindset of a lot of people in this country who are looking at probably what we're talking about right here on this show and saying, you know what? So what? It's a game. Politics is a game. Whoever gets the most money wins. So, oh, well, cry me a river, right?
Well, I mean, it's kind of vague. First of all, he's making a very big distortion between Jews and Zionists. Again, this still keeps going on. And, you're not talking about Jewish money. You're talking about Zionist money. plain and simple, right? Because there are Jews, and there's a lot of them, who don't believe in the Greater Israel Project. And I don't know what percentage, and I get the fact that, you know, the country of Israel has been propagandizing their children for quite some time. And even Norm Finkelstein said it to me when I was doing the Jimmy Dore show and had him on, that it's a different country today than it is when 30, 40 years ago, where there was a lot more sympathy towards the Palestinian people. There was in 1960s, I think people were like, you know, there were a lot of Jewish people who were like, all right, just take this deal and stop. But the Zionists wanted to keep expanding, keep on demonizing the Palestinians. And I think it's a different, you know, country. So I hate, once again, the distortion that this man is bringing, and the fact that nobody's pushing him back on, well, wouldn't you consider it? They're not being anti-Semitic. You know, I've never seen Thomas Massie be an anti-Semite. Never, ever. Anti-Zionist. Yes.
Craig, him using the word Jewish money makes my point. I make it all the time on the show. I talk to you about this. I talk to Jay about this. I say this all the time. I'm sick and tired of dancing around that they're going to call us anti-Semitic if we say the wrong thing, when they clearly are saying the wrong thing on purpose, because they have to have that role in order to have Israel first policy, in order for Israel to get away with crimes against humanity constantly, every single effing day. They have to have anti-Semitism. They create it with their language. So they can say it. I'm not going to waste 30 seconds or 2 minutes of my time correcting them. F that.
No, no. Well, I'm going to call that shit out all the time. I apologize, but I'm going to continue to call.
No, I'm saying,
I get you. But here's the thing.
For our audience,
Kentucky,
for our audience to understand that that's the game. Like, they're giving it away right there. So we don't need to dwell on it. They say he said the wrong thing. What if we say, but if we say, do we have to correct them now? We got to correct them now when they say, no, they're doing it on purpose. It's always going to be, they're always going to call us anti-Semitic for challenging Israel. They tell the world that conflating Israel and Zionism is the same thing. They tell you that it's anti-Semitic to say Zionism sucks. They tell you this.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit.
Well, here's food for thought, right? So we even talk about AIPAC having a lot of Christian members too as well. It's not, just specifically or primarily Jewish. There's a lot of Christians in AIPAC and stuff like that.
Right.
Well,
right.
All right. So you said AIPAC had all this control. They did whatever, 20% of the money they spent, whatnot. And Kentucky's 75% Christian. 75% Christian. I mean, that means I don't even know what percentage it is Jewish. It is 75% Christian. So the Christians are just as much as an accomplice, right? Or a patsy or sorts, whatever you want to call it, but they're walking hand in hand, because they are also a part of this whole thing. I get the fact that Israel was going to lobby against Thomas Massie, but the state is 75% Christian. The majority of the voters that voted in this election were Christian, identify as a Christian.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So they know their demographic. Yeah. They know exactly how to spend their money.
What's going on. Yeah.
They know how to spend their money and on what. And all the ways we talk about just in this segment, we talk about all the ways to rig an election. We should list them all. We should do a bullet point so people understand that there's more than one way, right? And they do them simultaneously. And one of the ways, and I think this is the hardest one for people to digest, because it kind of says something about us and how we are kind of susceptible when we're on our social media. We're susceptible to be told something that we think and believe when it wasn't our idea, implanted ideas in our heads. So they know exactly how to get to the Christians in Kentucky. They know exactly how to do it.
Yeah.
So it's a rigged election by making them think that they're voting for themselves, but they're voting against their own interests. That's part of the rigging, right?
Yes, it is. When you talk about part of the rigging, I think it's also important we should do a pie graph, because the propaganda of the media is a part of rigging that election, right? They control the media, they control the narrative, they can put all this stuff out there. You showed it beautifully the way CNN is trying to kind of frame this story. What's going on over here? And then you have the guy come on, and of course CNN is going to talk about it being about Trump and the evil Thanos that he is, and how, and not talk about the system itself. And they always want to do this party thing, but they didn't want to talk about the system. But just like the fact that we have a problem with our system in the United States, the election system is the big problem, is the fraud itself. And there's a piece of it where they have the media and they actually propagandize you, and they kind of control everybody, and they dupe people and they lie. So they persuade people with their propaganda, media, all that other stuff. Then there's the ballot access part. They control who runs and who can't run, right? If you have a valid candidate that has a chance to come on up, they won't even allow that person on the ballot. And they do it all the time. Ballot access is another thing. So the mechanism, and then the fraud comes into play. They want to cheat as little as possible, right? They want to make the game they want to cover up their trails as much. They don't want to make it as so obvious. But this one is so hard to fucking to hide right now. You saw the media. Kalshi. Where did Kalshi switch this over so fucking fast? They have insiders, right? So they knew somebody leaked something or the bettors went a different way. And they knew that. That's what happens in a horse race. If long shots, people start dumping money on it, the odds come down. Who was dumping money on this election? They knew it was flipped real quick. They waited to make their bet. They made the bet, and all of a sudden the odds started flipping down. Then they started flipping the votes. And there's many ways they could have done this, and it's almost impossible now. Because also, I didn't talk about the Hart Company, InterCivic, is also the ones who brought apart the model of vote centers. And that's where in California, where you're at, you don't have to go to your designated precinct. They set up this whole system, and that means there's internet involved where you can go wherever you want to any votes. It's another form of erasing the audit trail in elections, and that's what it was. The perfect storm over here, Matt. It was the perfect fucking storm. They gamed the fucking system by making sure it was a closed primary, shutting out voters that they knew would vote for Thomas Massie, that he would grab those independents and stuff. They shut that out. They used the media to say, oh my God, anti-Semite, yada, yada, yada. And then they had all the players involved that owned all the software and the hardware to control the election. You just got to believe the numbers they tell you. And if I'm a dishonest guy, but I'm telling you, you can trust me now, you can trust me now, right?
Yeah, right. Well, look, I'll just ask you this before we move on here. Pastor, do you think that Thomas Massie has any sort of element of revolution happening right now? Any sort of hint of we talk about Bernie Sanders, and we're going to take on all these different things, and we're going to go independent, perhaps a thing Bernie never did. Is that something you could see in his trajectory? And if he does decide to run independent for the 2028 presidency, would that even matter?
No, it won't matter, other than it will change the discussion. You know what I'm saying? It's unfortunate that Thomas Massie is not kind of like, he should have hired somebody like me or one of the activists like me who would have said, all right, this is what we're going to do. And as soon as it comes out, we're going to expose these elections for who they are. This isn't just about AIPAC messing with an election. This is about the fact that the global elites in any place and in any of these elections in this country can make sure they shut out the grassroots and get somebody involved. I think Thomas Massie is great for a conversation starter. In other words, I saw Thomas Massie at the Libertarian Convention, and we started talking and disagreeing, but kind of coming to the same solution about Latin America, about why so many people are coming. I think it's important to have that part of the discussion there. I love when Thomas Massie got up into I forgot the guy who pulled the fire alarm, when he got up into his face about gun control, and they started having that conversation there, and it got captured. So, I mean, it does matter to have the conversations we need to have, because there's a lot of great things about Thomas Massie. I don't agree with everything he does, is his ideology completely, but I do hope he does run, because we need to have those discussions. I don't know, maybe he can be the vice president to Judge Napolitano, and they can run on the Libertarian ticket. Who knows? I think that's necessary right now, because our civil liberties are under attack more than anything. And it doesn't make a difference who you are, race, religion, creed, or color. If they take your voice, they take your freedom. And at the end of the day, we need to fight for that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of upcoming elections, it seems our own president is getting excited about his next venture would be in our greatest allies country. He's considering the prime minister position. Let's hear him say it right from his own mouth.
To Prime Minister Netanyahu about Iran and how long to hold off on strike.
He's fine. He'll do whatever I want him to do. He's a very, very good man. He'll do whatever I want him to do, and he's a great guy. To me, he's a great guy. Don't forget, he was a wartime prime minister, and he's not treated right in Israel, in my opinion. I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister, so maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning, I'm 99%, so that's good. But no, he's a wartime prime minister, and I just don't think they treat him well.
Mr. President,
I think they have a president over there that treats them very poorly.
You're on the same page with him on Iran?
Yeah.
So what poll is he talking about here, Pasta? What is he talking about? And is this like some sort of blood brother? We have the same, we feel the same pain. They don't treat us well. It's hard being in war. It's hard being a wartime president, all that stuff, or a wartime prime minister. But he would love that gig next. What is this? Is this just game show host stuff, or is he salivating over something here because of a poll? 99%.
You know, really, to tell you the truth, for me, Matt, the only thing I can think of, this reflects on how stupid the people of the United States really are, how consumed and propagandized they really are. Because you see the people out there still defending this, the tribal mentality, everything the show stands for, right? That it's once again, this is about tribal behavior. That a guy will go out there and say whatever because he knows, and he said, you know, he learned in the WWE the puffery. Just say it with confidence. You know, he learned this from what's his name, Roy Cohn, his mentor. Just always always lie if you have to. Never admit defeat. Keep it going. And, you know, I mean, it looks like this is like an interview in the back of the WWE locker room over there, right? When they're interviewing those guys offside. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's what this looks like to me. And it just, once again, it's a reflection of how low informed, how shallow, how propagandized. I used the term stupid. I was wrong for saying that, but it's just, you know, this shows you everything wrong with fucking America. Yeah. There are people still standing behind this shit. Oh my God, grow the fuck up. What are you in third grade? Grow the fuck up.
You know, and this 99% thing he's talking about, I can't find it. And I don't know what he's just pulling it out of thin air, which is it's part of the technique of the greatest ever. But even if it did exist, I'd believe it. If I actually saw it, I would say, you know what? I could see if you poll it a certain way in Israel, if you ask the right questions in the right way, you might get a 99% thumbs up based on his war policy. You might, because it exactly mirrors Greater Israel Project, which is what Israelis want. And so with that says, like this notion that Israel gets upset when somebody says something too harsh, that's not true. And we had this, as Trump is doing this, at the same time, we had another incident where our Western media pretends that Ben Gvir went too far. He went too far with this, when it's not far at all. This is exactly what Israelis applaud, is this. And Haaretz tells us this. The far-right national security minister, Ben Gvir, releases a video showing detained participants. You guys remember the intercepted Gaza-bound flotilla? This was the Italian one. This was a big one, and they bound them, they dragged them, just completely tormenting them, mocking them, parading them around, and then he films himself with it and puts it on social media. And what he's saying in Hebrew is he's saying that's how we welcome the terror supporters. Welcome to Israel, accompanied by this footage.
ברוכים הבאים לישראל, אנחנו בעלי הבית. ככה צריך. עם ישראל חי. עם ישראל חי. כן. זיכוי, כל המטרה כאן זה לראות שאין אנשים בתהליך. לא להתרגש מהצעקות שלהם, לא להתרגש.
So he shared that out. We didn't get our hands on it and expose him. He's celebrating it. And then you have people that are still pretending that Israelis are in shock and they're embarrassed. No, they're not. This is exactly the culture. This is what they do. And so you have, of course, Prime Minister of Italy is saying, demanding an apology after we've seen this footage. Because, again, that's the only thing that's changed is that we saw the footage. We just didn't see it before. Now we've seen it. She demands the release of the citizens as soon as possible, calling their treatment violation of human dignity. And they had detained 400, so there's 430 activists from more than 40 countries. Now, the good news is that they have been, I don't know if everyone has been released, but there have been some that have come home since this video went out. Here's some of that footage that we got a hold of right here. So these are the ones from Italy. They did come back.
Welcome to Israel.
This is what they said. Welcome to Israel.
Ti pesavano e ti dicevano welcome to Israel. Un posto del
terrore. They say welcome.
Cioè un posto in cui era praticamente
place of
un
terror,
quadrato di
basically
container
square countries
in cui
where
questi tenevano la gente nei container,
containers,
pane e acqua, anche poca
bread and
acqua
water,
fino a un certo punto,
not
per
much
quello che
water
hanno
at
detto
first.
quelli che ci stavano da un giorno.
So according to
Noi
what's been
era
there,
una delle ultime barche che hanno preso, quindi c'era gente quando siamo arrivati che stava lì da un pezzo, cioè dal giorno prima.
Since the day before, and as soon as you arrive there, they beat you up. They really beat you up. They kicked me in the legs, punched me in the face. These are people who know what they're doing. So this obviously these are accurate accounts. So this is so for people to be mad about, it's just fake. Craig, anybody that's any Israeli or anybody that's pro-Israel that's saying, "Oh, he shouldn't have done that." So you're mad that he put it on social media, but you're not mad how they treated the hostages. And these are hostages. They're activist hostages. These are flotilla, courageous flotilla members that went out to give aid to starving people who we have bombed and destroyed and are keeping food from them. We did that. And they get treated like this, and then there's this fake outcry that maybe Ben Gvir should not have shared this footage. That's their problem. Again, I think it's all just optics and theater, but they celebrate this stuff. This is a regular occurrence.
Yeah, I do like when Maloney said that she demanded the release of all Italian hostages right away. It is kind of disgusting. Like, that's what I mean, Matt, this kind of like in our face about all this stuff right now is, I don't know. It's just so suspect. It's just like, God damn. But I mean, that is, the United States military, what we're talking about in Cuba right now, what's going on in Bolivia, what's going on in Venezuela, Alex Saab. I mean, there's so much shit that's fucking going on, and all this attention that's now directed towards Latin America. The Americans and the Israelis, the way they act like they're just untouchable, right? The governments themselves. I just don't think it's in the United States, I know it's not a clear representation of what the majority of the citizens want. It's just a shame that there is still a small group of people that are still supporting this type of fucking behavior. And the marketing in front of your face says that whatever Israel does, it does at our behalf. We're the ones who arm them. We give them money. They exist only because of our existence. When it comes to their foreign policy, it's only done by our taxpayer dollars, supplies and whatnot. So I really just hope we can fucking turn this around at one point. I don't know what is going to change these things, but that government is just out of control. It is a rogue fucking government, and so is our government. This whole shit in Cuba right now is just mind-blowing on what they want to do, and how they want to do it. And to suffocate and starve these people out. It's a genocide without bombs. I mean, who's going to stop these governments? Somebody needs to. Wouldn't you like to just fucking punch Ben Gvir in his fucking face? Bah!
Yes, but you punch him in his face, and he gets whatever he goes out for the count. Then they just bring in a substitute who's getting
I know.
So, like, you're right. So we're like, and this is,
and you get to punch that substitute.
Then you punch the substitute in the face. Then you punch the AI Netanyahu in the face. Right? How do you even do that? Right?
Shit. You
but
grab him by his
matter.
sixth finger and you let him know.
Yeah, we can hack off one of his fingers and get him right. Hey, man.
Yeah.
But
do that.
But all jokes aside, the point is the mechanism itself, the system itself will never be solved or fixed or wiped out as long as we keep creating scapegoats, as long as we keep blaming these on these uniquely bad apple evil people who just woke up evil. We do it here, they do it there, we mimic each other, and it's going to continue that way until the people demand that we tear down the entire thing. And I'm not going to apologize to say, get rid of Israel. When I'm talking about get rid of Israel, I'm not saying the people, I'm saying the whole system has to go. It just does. I'm not going to apologize for that. That's what we need. We need the entire thing to collapse because there's no way that you could just switch out Ben Gvir, switch out Netanyahu, and everything's going to be fine. It's not going to happen.
Not at all. Not at all. That's what the politicians want you to think, all the Democratic Party. Oh, it's Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel has a right to exist, but it's Benjamin Netanyahu. It's like, That's a very big, high contradictory of yourself. You know what I'm saying? I agree. It needs to go, just like the United States empire needs to go. It's rogue, runaway governments at this point right now. It's pretty bad.
So we're gonna be gearing up here for this. We're excited to have this interview with Butch Ware, and we have this little window. We're gonna do this then, so I'm pretty excited here, Paso. I got to get ready for this. We got him for 15 minutes.
You got it. Have a great interview, man.
So it's a hard out. So we gotta be all ready to go.
I'm out. It's 4:25.
Yeah, he's coming in about 5 minutes. So I would be ready, and no effing around, because you got the little window, and we want to cut right to it and get it. Use every minute that we can before he has to go to the next one. But the CA primaries are coming up here, so this is the make it or break it time. At least to have these conversations are important. So we're excited about that. Paso, let everyone know what you have going on. Truthwire, you guys did a one today, right? With Danny?
I did. I had Danny Shaw. We talked a lot about Cuba. We talked a little bit about Alex Saab. We didn't get to Bolivia. Fiorillo is on assignment starting Monday at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. every Monday through Friday. I'm going to be doing a new drive time in the morning show on Pasta to Go channel, on YouTube, on Facebook, by my own personal Facebook, my Rumble, my Pasta to Go Rumble. And I don't know where on Twitter, since my Twitter's been hacked. But we're going to be doing a call-in radio-style show on the interwebs every Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. I have a special co-host for every day of the week. I don't have Monday yet. Monday might be the open day to bring people in. But on Tuesday, my co-host will be Nico House. On Wednesday, my co-host will be Karen Kwiatkowski. On Thursday, my co-host will be Kyle Anzalone. And on Friday, my co-host will be Andrew Zigman from the Action for Assange crew. Going to have an awesome show. You'll be able to call on in. I got a 561 number, which is a Florida number, and you'll be able to call in and throw your opinions into the ring and say what you got to say. I'm pretty much taking what I do on the radio station for 1 hour on Wednesday for 2 hours Monday through Friday. If what's his name won't go to the mountain will go to him. I forgot what it is. I saw it from that Jim Carrey movie, but that's what's going to start happening Monday. So go to Pasta to Go and check it on out.
Oh yeah, love it, man. Always appreciate your contribution to the show, and it's inspiring and keep us going. And we're all in this together. But more than that, it takes a village. I like that. It
does take a village.
Yeah. So thanks, man. We'll stay in touch.
You got it, Bubba.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too, man.
Have a great interview.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. We are gearing up for our guest here. Let's see. If you guys, I'm going to try to get to as many of the questions we've prepared. I don't even know. It's going to go very quick, guys. But I'll put this up while we're waiting for him to get set here. But this is Butch Ware. This is the website. We're fighting for California that serves you, not corporations. Now, you guys know that the state of California is in complete shambles. And this primary is an indication that something needs to change, because on a local level here in LA, the mayor race, you got a lot of people fighting to get Karen Bass out. On the more statewide level, you got people fighting to get Gavin Newsom out. There's a lot of reasons to get these people out. There's a lot of reasons to be tired of the two-party duopoly at this point. If you're a lifelong Democrat, you live in this state, you should be able to do the math by now and understand that when you have all blue, vote blue no matter who, what happens? What happens when you vote blue no matter who, and you have an entire state that's blue, and yet it has the highest homeless population in the country? It's got massive problems. Nobody has health care. What happened to Democrats want health care? It's Republicans that are trying to stop it. That's a bunch of garbage. It's not real. So the list is long, but I think the biggest thing is the fires. The fires from a year and a half ago. Has it been that long already? They're not cleaned up. Nothing's done. The money laundering has happened. The 15-minute cities are occurring. All these things are happening under Karen Bass, Democratic leadership, and Gavin Newsom leadership, which was done on purpose. We call it a land grab. So these are things that we notice here. With all that said, what we're going to do here let's do this because I think we're heading it on it right now. Okay. So with that said, it is primary time. And if you look at the ballot, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to show you guys this right now. So this is the California ballot, right? Our primary it's in less than 2 weeks. This is the Tuesday after next, right? Less than 2 weeks. And when you flip to the governor part, and this is the crazy part. You get to the governor part. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. If you're in a state where you have this many, there's about 60 options on here. 60 options for governor. Everybody trying to make the case that it's enough of Newsom. Let's go this other direction. Most of them are registered as Democrats or Republicans. That's what we're looking at here. And it is a lot to sift through. But here's a person out of those 60 whatever people on that ballot for election day for the primary. There is one person who's not on the list, but he is actually in fact running for governor. It's Butch Ware. Butch Ware, who I don't know if you guys know, was the running mate with Jill Stein on the Green Party ticket in 2024. So if you voted for Jill Stein, you also voted for Butch Ware. So he is running as California governor. We're gonna get to the part about him being left off the ballot and why that happened. But let's first look at a little intro. If you guys don't know him, this is recently that he spoke at a San Diego show, so he can identify exactly what he's doing, why he's doing this, and why we should get excited about his campaign.
Butch Ware. And if you want a governor that is not afraid to say, fuck ICE. And if you want a governor that's not afraid to say, free Palestine. And if you want a governor that's not afraid to say, fuck Donald Trump. And if you want a governor that ain't afraid to say, fuck Gavin Newsom too, then holla at your boy. 9 letters, B-U-T-C-H-W-A-R-E, write it on your ballot.
And this is right about where we were going to bring him in. And yet I just got notification that we're going to have to reschedule. So this happens in the space, guys. This happens in the space. He just got off of another interview that went long, and he is not able to be present enough time for us to do this. Because obviously a 15-minute window is tough enough, but 2 minutes isn't going to be worth it. So what we're going to do is, and it looks like we're going to be able to do this. We'll get this done. They want to do this by the end of the weekend, by Monday. So we're going to get this done. Either we'll do a live one for you guys, or I'll tape it and bring it up on the next show. But this conversation is important. So we'll go ahead and do that. That's fine. But man, we did have some stuff we wanted to get into. So no worries. No worries at all. We understand this is campaign season. But I'll just, for now, since we were on the topic, and I am going to be asking you about this, but this is so let's go back to the website, because I want you guys to check, especially if you live here right now, because we will hear it right from his mouth. But I want to know about this is how you can support. You go to butchwareforgov.com. This will come up. We were showing this to you guys earlier. So what's going on here? So this is this is the homepage. Now, when you click on the part about how to write him in, this is how you do it. There's a step-by-step process. So if you guys get a chance, go check it out and you'll see how to write him in. Why would you want to write in a candidate? Have you guys ever done that before? We've done that before. It's making a statement. I'm going to let him explain it too when we finally get the interview, and not have to postpone. So we'll figure it out. But the reason he's left off the ballot, and I guess you guys that understand how third-party politics work probably can guess why. It was on purpose. They did it at a last minute, gave him a 10-minute window to correct a typo and they told him 10 minutes before the deadline, you have to correct this and you have to correct that. And that's on purpose. That's to mess up his paperwork, which was all submitted on time. And they waited until that clock's ticking. You got to do this thing. And so that's on purpose. That was the California state supervisor that did that. And who the California state supervisor is working for, the donor class, the Zionist interests, the Democratic Party interest. And if you guys don't know, the party that is going to spend money on stopping him is going to be the party that's closest aligned, which is supposed to be about all these things, anti-war, right? Supposed to be about all these elements. But we're going to have him talk about it himself, all the different ways the elections get rigged. And we experience that in the third party politics. And if you guys also, I'll end on this and then we'll move on to the rest of the show. Because we do have more show to get to here, a bunch, and we have Jay Scott coming in too. So that we got some stuff coming up here. So last point for now, and we're gonna get back to this when we talk to Butch directly about this. We do vote third party, and then we feel sometimes like nothing was accomplished, and that is that's hard to look at, right? It's hard to look at the numbers when we see Jill Stein and Butch, where in the 2024 final numbers, they were under 1%. And that's hard to look at. Third place gets under, think about that. Third place gets 0.9% of the vote. 0.9. And I think that number is actually based on only the states that they got on the ballot. So they're not even counting the 0% or write-in from other states. It's 0.9% of the actual states, which I believe was about 30. So just over half of the states they got on the ballot and only got 0.9%, 0.9. What does that say about third party politics? What does that say about where we are? And don't say, because I know a lot of people here in LA that will tell you that's because the American people aren't ready for it yet. Total bullshit. The American people are absolutely ready. The system is rigged to make you think that we're not ready. If you see all the people that are feeling completely done with the Democratic Party after what happened with Bernie, completely done with the Republican Party after a series of reveals that the MAGA group has been experiencing, one after the next, whether it's Epstein files, Charlie Kirk, Iran war, most importantly now, Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, those oustings, similar to Bernie, that should be enough to make you say, I'm done. Not to be going, oh, I'm going back to the other party now. That's not what's happening. So we should have a movement in the third party, right? We should have a movement. So understand there's a mechanism in place to squash that, which means we have to do it even harder. So again, had to reschedule the interview. Unfortunately, due to these last minute conflicts with the election coming up, but we will get it in. They assured me we will do it. So I will figure this out with them and let you guys know. And it'll certainly, the next time we go live, or we might just put it up, a little tease of it, and then you'll see it on the next one. But we certainly we're going to have a show either Tuesday or Thursday next week. We have to figure out how to do this, but it will certainly be before the primary, which is, I believe, yes, it's June 2nd is the primary day here in California. So there'll be a lot to talk about leading up to that. So unfortunately, that's how it goes sometimes, guys. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I have another segment I'm going to prep before Jay comes in. Before that, you guys are going to love this. This is great. This is great. We found this. We're going to take a quick little pause and come back with some more stories, more stuff for you guys. In this pause, check this out. This is a cool little Thomas Massie video that was put together. It's pretty badass. So what this is, I just want to find the description here. So this is from Dissident Media. It's a grassroots movement. The name of this video, it's about 2.5 minutes. Check this out. We'll be right back with you guys. It's called the Massie Blowback. Check it out, and we'll see you guys back here in about 2.5.
You. War. For 14 years,
Those SOBs in Washington tried to buy my vote. They couldn't buy it. They decided to buy the seat. And it got real expensive for them. What was God's purpose? What is he showing us tonight? We're just getting started. I like that. Didn't mean to do this. It started out as an election and it turned into a movement. I mean, we stirred up something. There is a yearning in this country for somebody who will vote for principles over party. And they saw the influencers here, they panicked. They sent the Secretary of War here, and you stopped the war for a day. No more wars. No more wars. No more wars. They said you should eat bugs. Do you want to eat bugs? They said you'll own nothing and be happy about it. You want to do that? Well, guess what happened? We took out the CEO of the World Economic Forum with a 2-page bill. Today is the 6-month anniversary of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We've taken out 24 CEOs, an ambassador, a prince, a prime minister, a minister of culture, and that was just 6 months. I got 7 months left in Congress. They're talking about this big ballroom they're going to build, and it looks like the Roman Empire. I see a few analogies there. We weren't really running against Ed Galrine. We weren't running against Donald Trump. We were running for what we believe in. We got to take care of America first. You are patriots, and you will inherit this country, and you will make it better. And I am hopeful because of that. We need to bring this country together. What happens in 2028? Oh, you want me to run for Congress again? All right, well, you made a compelling argument.
I believe very sincerely that the CIA is correct when they teach and talk about blowback.
There we go. There we go. Got to get the mic going. Okay. We are back, guys. It's the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. Welcome to the Non-Tribal Approach to News show. We're on all afternoon today. We've already spoke with Craig Pasa. We've been covering all of this Israel hellish happenings when it comes to the Massie campaign and everything that went down there. Ben Gvir in just parading around flotilla hostages on social media. Just repulsive stuff going on there. And aside from that, we have discussed a little bit about third-party politics. We will be redoing the interview very soon with Dr. Butch Ware. We did have to reschedule that. So that's good for those of you guys who may have just tuned in now. You didn't miss it. We will have it rescheduled, and it will be airing on our next show on the Homeless Left right here, whether you're on Rumble or on YouTube. Let's do a couple super chats, and then we're going to do, I do have another story lined up. And the top of the hour, we're going to have Jay Scott on. We got some AI. What do we call it? We call the segment Artificial Insanity coming up at the top of the hour. Also, we do have some breaking news. We're going to get to that as well. Yes, we're going to be covering the breaking news as well on Iran. We've been gathering information there during the live show. We have to multitask here on the show a lot of the times. If we're says, guys, we go hours into the afternoon. Meanwhile, breaking news happens, and we try to get it lined up for you guys to stay on top of it and on point, so we don't have to wait to the next show to cover the thing that happened right now live while we're on the show. So we'll have all that lined up for you guys as well. And aside from that, what else? Oh, we got a Bill Gates story. We got a couple Bill Gates stories. We also have top censored news of the week. We'll be doing that later in the show. And loudest voice of the week. Talking back will be with me again. Leslie's still out, as you guys know. Family tragedy. We're still dealing with that. It's been very very difficult times, but we have appreciated all of your guys' support. people reaching out, showing your love, your kind words. We really, really appreciate it. And she is doing, she is doing well, and sends her love back to you guys. So it's a process. Grief is a process. We all have to go through it. And it's good to have community. And I have to say that community is everything, especially in these difficult times, because a lot of people don't have that, and it makes things much, much harder. Okay, let's get to this one. This is a story I think it was important to do. We put this together. It kind of got left off last week, but it's pretty important. When we talk about the two-party theater of pitting Democrats and Republicans against each other, one of the ways they do that is with this: your candidate is too old to run, and then the other side says you're just being ageist, you're being overly critical, and it's not true. Our candidate is perfectly healthy, perfectly normal, nothing to see here. So we're seeing it, the tide's turning in that regard when it comes to Trump not being all the way there. So here, let's do a little comparison here. We're going to start with some of these recent captures of what happens when Trump falls asleep when he shouldn't be sleeping. Here we go.
In the earliest years of their children's lives. Second, we are cutting unnecessary red tape that forced providers to close, limited access to care, and made it harder for working families to find the support they needed. We're moving away from one-size-fits-all federal mandates and instead empowering parents to meet their child's unique needs. And then third, we're strengthening accountability to.
So yeah, I mean, you can see he's checked out. Here's another from the same meeting, another moment captured from another angle. Here we go.
In the Perinatal Improvement Collaborative hospitals, we have reduced maternal mortality by 41.5%, which is truly incredible. And this is compared with a 5.9% decline in benchmark hospitals over the same period.
So those circled around last week on Twitter, on other social medias. And of course, you got the people going at each other about this. There's some vote blue no matter who say, yeah, this is clearly dementia. Clearly he's checked out. Clearly he's too old to do the job, wear and tear, whatever you want to say. And then you have these responses coming back because Harry Sisson, he's one of the ones that said, no, he's clearly asleep. And then you have to come back at him and say, this is from Wayne replying to Harry Sisson, who says, it's really just showing how ignorant and dumb that he is, because it's obvious that Trump is looking down at paperwork. Oh, he's looking down at paperwork. This is what it looks like when you fall asleep. And of course, what he's talking about is this clip. Shoot, where did it go? Okay, we're finding it. There we go. Here we go. Boom. And we'll have to edit that in post. This is what he's talking about.
You to change forever the trajectory you're on. You to make a world that is once again full of hope, not fear. This is my message from Earth to come. On behalf of We the 15, I ask you, please help us together.
So it might actually be hard to see this if you're on Team Trump or Team Biden. Now, you're only able to call out when your leader is asleep when it's the other side, and then you switch sides and you defend it otherwise. But there's plenty of examples of both. This is the thing. We're not just gonna sit here and play example after example of falling asleep. These guys are way too old to be. Both of them are way too old to have been president. Way too old in the sense that we shouldn't even say it that way. It should be, look, once enough wear and tear. Now they both are suffering from two different ailments. There's definitely with Biden, we know that it was a mental decline. He had cancer the whole time. He had a lot of issues beyond what it seems that Trump has. But Trump certainly is seeing the wear and tear. But for the base to be protecting him and saying he's not sleeping and he's looking at paperwork is just as moronic as Biden supporters saying, what do you mean he can't finish the sentence? It's called a stutter. So the fact that you can show how tribal minded you are when you make those type of excuses for your person. We should be able to see that all of this is falling asleep. And there's so many clips of both. Here's one more of Trump, just to so you guys know. And these are the same people sharing these out are the ones that were protecting Biden just a couple years ago.
So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air.
And so, you know, and here they go. Here comes when this one happened, and this was a few weeks before that. These are the type of messagings you get. And this is like, look at the Twitter. Like, Canada hates Trump. Every fucking time the cameras are on this motherfucker in the Oval Office, and he's not the one talking, he's falling asleep. Every single time. The world anxiously awaits his eternal nap. The sooner, the fucking better. Well, this is just an emotional tirade here. Yes, he fell asleep. No, he's not reading a paper. That's totally right. But it's not every single time. There's ups and downs, and I think it's important to call them out, but it doesn't seem like he's ready to die. Biden was much, much, much closer to death when he was in the middle of his second year of his 4 years than Trump is now in the second year of his second term. So we got to be able to step outside and look at it from a non-emotional, non-tribal point of view. Here's another one. The White House is claiming that Trump blinked, and this doesn't help. When the White House puts out the messaging, and this is so familiar of Biden's White House, lying every single day and saying it was a stutter or he's just tired, and he's not mistakenly doesn't know where to go off the stage. He got confused. Who cares? We all get confused. So this constant excuses. The White House telling us that he was blinking or briefly opening his eyes shows he was awake. Well, it doesn't. People can briefly open their eyes while they're asleep. That's actually true. 5% to 20% of people sleep with one or both eyes partially or fully open. So here we are nitpicking back and forth about what constitutes sleep, what doesn't, who's all mentally there, who isn't, who's too old to be president, who's not. Here's another critique. The fact that Donald Trump frequently falls asleep in meetings, the bruises on his hands. So we talk about the bruises as well. And the marks on his neck are on the world agenda. What do you think is wrong with him? So yes, of course we have questions, but it's very, very similar to Biden, where we're like, what is going on with this guy? But we cannot be defending one and attacking the other. That makes absolutely no sense. Now you're probably saying, well, Biden clearly, when he would ramble and go on, he said the most ridiculous run-on sentences ever. Trump does that too. There's a lot of examples from both. I'm not going to get into them, but you guys remember the classics. You remember Biden's classic one where he goes, the people are endowed with a creator with a certain, the thing. He would just blank out in the middle of sentences all the time. Well, here's Trump just rambling about the sea, just randomly. And I think that just like with Biden, Trump's team has to protect him, has to put out little deflector tweets and say everything's good. It's just he's just making a joke. We hear that a lot. Trump's just making a joke. To me, it looks like it's a lot of wear and tear, but they aren't going to interrupt him when he's talking like this.
With respect to drugs coming in by sea, meaning drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. A lot of people don't know what I mean by sea. They think I'm talking about vision. I'm not. I'm talking about sea, like the sea. These gains have been the result.
They don't think you're talking about vision. You're just rambling, and it is kind of pathetic and it's embarrassing. But yeah, he's rambling, and he does do that a lot. He does. Let's hear that again, because it's like, why are you telling us that the C, we think you mean CEE, not CEA?
Is that right, Paul? With respect to drugs coming in by sea, meaning drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. A lot of people don't know what I mean by sea. They think I'm talking about vision. I'm not. I'm talking about sea, like the sea. These gains have been the result of.
So one thing we can just take away from all this is that, and I think it was very clear with Biden. It's also clear with Trump because we see people switching sides on who's defending who and who's going after who. It's completely 180'd. But we could tell with Biden, the big reveal was here's a guy who's not actually in charge. And it's not unique to Biden. It kind of revealed to us the fact that you had a demented dude that was losing his mental capacity in real time. We could see it. And now you got a guy falling asleep and just rambling whatever he wants to say whenever, bruises, whatever you want to. There's so many signs, right, that this person isn't really fit to do the job. Maybe some of the time, maybe not all the time, whatever the case may be, the person doesn't actually run shit. We know that Biden had his auto pen for a long time that we realized later, oh, he wasn't even signing stuff. So these people, it doesn't matter who's in that seat. It's a fake position. So because you can put a demented person up there, like a Weekend at Bernie's situation, that's a guy that's half dead, that should probably be dead, it wouldn't make a difference. That's the reality. So Trump, no Trump, it doesn't matter the age of the next president or their mental ability. It's just a theater piece. It's just a face. It's not really the people making the decisions. Trump just happens to be a lot louder, a lot more game showier, a lot more able to talk to a very particular demographic. Biden had a different demographic he talked to. So you just circle them out and you get the next person in, and the next person is going to have a different way they present to that demographic. But at the end of the day, the people making decisions are above the president, and it's clear as day. So let's stop playing tribal politics when it comes to blaming the other guy and then defending ours, whoever that is, because it doesn't actually make any sense to only do it half the time. We got to do it all the time. Let's hold all of them accountable. How about that? And we'll end this one with this little clip. Hope I don't get a copyright one from this, but it's pretty funny because we're talking about somebody rambling about C, and it reminded me of this Office clip. You guys will know what I'm talking about when you see it. If you've seen it, if you haven't seen The Office, it's fun. It's a funny reference to rambling or not rambling or talking funny, and the reference to being the president. Here it is. Wow. Isn't that wild? This came out in 2000, probably around 2008. 2009. Wow. He's when me president they see, and he's literally talking about C and C, CAE, CEA, CEE. Unbelievable. And this is probably a whole nother segment. We talk about Hollywood telling you what's going to happen before it happens. It's wild. It's wild. But there you go. But yeah, the point is, let's be equally critical of anybody in power. We're not representing a side. We're not representing a team. We got to beat the other team. We have to hold all of them equally accountable and call bullshit when we see it. Okay. We're going to do this because I do have some breaking news on Iran, and I'm going to wait. We're going to do this. We're going to bring in Jay here in just a second. It is almost top of the hour. Here's what we'll do. You know what? I see some super chats. We'll do some super chats, and then we're going to give you some breaking news here, guys. And if you guys are just joining us, you got here, you missed some of the show, but you got here just in time because we got some good stuff coming up here for you guys right now. Let's do okay, here's some super chats here, guys. Thank you so much, Citizen. I'm reading these cold right now, but I was there for the food. What cooks great jerky? Handler, man, I've got to try to understand your code better here, Citizen. I know you're trying to pack some stuff in and you're trying to get around the censors, and I do appreciate that. And there seems to be, as you indicated you've indicated that there are issues with YouTube not accepting super chats, and you have to word it a certain way. But I didn't figure out what that one was. But thanks for it. Anyway, we do appreciate any of you guys getting us some super chats or Rumble rants for that matter. And we should check that as well on Rumble. Let's see. We'll make sure didn't miss any there. Okay. Yeah. Rumble rants or super chats. Greatly appreciated. Here's another one from Citizen. Let's see. We got Sting's Roxanne would be Somaya's if U.S. weren't a Zog. I guess that's a reference, a Zog, a ZOG, probably a Zionist reference. But yes, Roxanne, the Sting song. I still gotta figure out your abbreviation, Citizen. But I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we have a couple more. We'll do those in a little bit when we do talking back with you guys later. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and put up a card, and we'll be right back with Jay Scott and some breaking news for you on Iran. There seems to be a deal. There seems to be a deal, but we're going to look a little closer at it. Not so sure, but we'll show you guys that. It's coming right up. We'll be right back with Jay Scott and breaking news and a bunch of other. We got an AI story and a bunch of other stuff for you as well. This is the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news. Matt Weinglass. We'll see you guys back here in a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, guys, to the Homeless Left. Matt Weinglass. This is the non-tribal approach to news network. If you're just joining us, you didn't miss. You missed some of the show. You can go back and watch that. You can always go back on our Rumble channel, our YouTube channel. We keep the lives up for you guys. YouTube has been known to take our stuff down and a lot of shadow banning. There's shadow banning going on everywhere. We're always fighting that. So we do rely on your comments, your likes, your shares, subscribes, all that stuff. Sometimes you have to subscribe a second time. We've seen that happen several times where we'll have some of our viewers say, "Hey, did you unsubscribe me?" Like, no, hell no. We're not going to unsubscribe you. But I would check your button just to make sure that you weren't accidentally bumped off of one of our trusted followers that we've been working really hard to build up this channel for you guys. Our second try at it, because the first one got taken down. This is the second try. It's called THL Presents on YouTube. We greatly appreciate your engagement there. We can trigger that algorithm at any moment and, bring in, 100,000 people. We're not kidding you. We've had 100,000 plus episodes, 40,000, 20, 30,000 viewers watching the show. It's also gotten way low. It's done up and down. It's pretty wild, guys. It's pretty wild. So you guys can make that difference fighting this algorithm. Really appreciate it. And there's the Rumble one. And just to throw out, if you guys missed it at the top, I did want to announce this is our official 3rd year anniversary on Rumble. Basically, the show started on Rumble. We didn't even try YouTube. We knew that everybody was getting canceled left and right. We were timid even starting with YouTube, but we had a Rumble built-in audience with Rumble because we were talking about the medical freedom movement at the time 3 years ago. So our first show debuted, and you can still go and watch it. Go back in the 3-year vault, and you guys can see episode 1 debuted May 23rd, 2023. So much has happened since then. Here we are. We didn't think we were going to do more than 10 episodes. We were going to do 10 episodes and call it a day. That was the whole plan. Had no intention of going this far this long. But the reason we've been able to do that is because of you guys. And we feel that there is a need for us to keep waking up and doing the work, doing the hard stuff, and keep going. Also, it's about team. Team is everything. So without further ado, let's bring in our other teammate that's gotten us through a lot of this way and helping us to elevate what we're doing here in this space. You guys know him, you love him. Bring him back. Welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday. I was having a busy day at work, so I'm a little bit upset I didn't catch that Butch Ware interview, but I'm going to have to go watch it, after the show is over. I'll go watch it later tonight. So,
you're not going to be able to watch it because we had a last-minute rescheduling, which occurred literally 2 minutes before. I don't know. I have to look at the timestamp. I got to go back and look at the timestamp. I'm just saying, like, I know things happen. We're less than 2 weeks away from the election. They assured me we're going to reschedule it. We're not canceling, we're rescheduling. I said, okay, great. But what if we're live and we're doing our thing? It's challenging, but we're flexible. As you know, we have to be flexible on the show. So we will have it. So
I hope he makes some noise and wins that California election. I know it's a little bit of a long shot, but better to take a risk on the Green Party than go for the duopoly. So any third party is better than the duopoly for sure.
Absolutely. I think we can start here. I know we're going to do an artificial insanity segment. I'm excited about that, and we have a few other ones too. But we did have some breaking news, and I didn't have time to bring this up when Pasta was on earlier. I don't know if you had time to look at it, but sometimes we just got to dive in. But it looks like there might have been something substantial that came out of this mediation with Pakistan when it comes to the agreement between U.S. and Iran. So we're going to look at this skeptically speaking, but it might be some good news. Are you ready to dive into this?
Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. We're going to officially call this breaking news. Here we go, guys. We have some breaking news. It looks like the final draft of a U.S.-Iran agreement has been reached with the mediation of Pakistan. Let's look a little closer at this and see if there's any legs to it, because this is all basically transpired within the last couple hours here this morning. We have, this is Quebeci Letter tweets out the final draft of the U.S.-Iran agreement has been reached, the mediation from Pakistan, which is expected to be announced within the next few hours. Per Iranian state media. We're going to get to they did make an announcement, so we'll get to that announcement. This was the original concept, was that these are the terms of the final draft. 1, immediate and comprehensive ceasefire on all fronts. Okay. Well, we know how those have gone in the past, but okay. All parties mutually agree to refrain from targeting infrastructure. Also part of the ceasefire, I would say, it's an extension of 1, freedom of navigation through the Persian Gulf. So then we're obviously talking about the Strait of Hormuz being fully functional again under a joint monitoring mechanism. Interesting. So that would be something that would involve us working together. Interesting. But I was told by Trump's team that we controlled the entire thing. So that'd be us giving in, apparently, according to Trump's team. But whatever, we know all the manipulations there. But okay,
those are some funny words to put in quotation marks, because does that mean that there will be a toll moving forward? I don't know, maybe, because I haven't had a chance to look too deep into this story yet, so I don't know if you found any information on that. But joint monitoring could mean that you need to charge a toll to pay for that joint monitoring. So who knows? But sorry, keep going.
No, we're just piece this together. But it looks like. So the rest of it, we have 4 sanctions will be gradually, another quotation, gradually lifted. Huh. Interesting. Okay. In exchange for Iran's compliance with the terms of the deal, which means that all these years we've been sanctioning them, there'll be a process of not doing that anymore over a period of time. I know. I can't help but laugh too. It's like, really? Is this really okay? 5, negotiations on outstanding issues will begin within a maximum of 7 days. So this is just a concept deal memo. There's no actual contract in place, as we would say in the Hollywood scene. We would say we're not even talking about a contract. We're talking about a deal memo is being announced that would include something that they would have to do it another week from now. So it's not the actual thing. It seems like, just at least according to these bullet points. 6, Iran's president is leading efforts to restrain the IRGC from overstepping on political and diplomatic policy making. Leading efforts. That's not even a conditions. That's just I don't know what you even call that. That's like a description, a descriptive measure of. That's not an actual thing. It's just it's a descriptive measure of some sort. Okay, the agreement is expected to be announced within the next few hours, and then of course people are waiting patiently to see what comes out from that. Before it was announced, here's Trump at a press conference before it was announced on Iranian media, and he's doubling down. So it looks like a bad sign here that he's doubling down on all his same old recycled lies we've heard, and we're not really seeing him backing off of that. Here he is.
All of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get through. It's like a steel wall. It's our Navy. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We wiped out their Navy. We not wiped out their air. I think they're down to about, I would say we knocked out 85% of their missile capacity. It's very hard for them now to build missiles, to build drones. We have great drone technology.
Do we have a sound effect for a strike, like a game show? We could do it.
We need one of those every time he talks, man. Because, bro, he just lies, man. He literally just says whatever comes into his mind, whatever sounds good. He just says it like it means something. But yeah, I gotta say, the headline I'm seeing says Iran deal reached, and then the deal itself. We'll figure all that out very soon.
We'll figure it all out next week.
But the headline is Iran deal reached. Not what you're saying, but I'm saying what we see in the media. And then, of course, if you go to the stock market, what do you think's happening? Stocks going crazy, oil skyrocketing down because the deal's been reached. So, I think that's what this is about. But anyway,
or it's a conversation he actually isn't part of because it's Pakistan doing it, and I was looking at the timestamp on this, Jay, he might not actually have seen what we just showed our audience when this aired, because if you look at the timestamp here, this was live from the White House this morning at I guess it would be 12 p.m. Eastern. But this last tweet, this was put out a few hours before that. I don't know. So he knew something was going to be announced in Iranian media, but yet he's still doing these lies. There's a couple more of the lies, and then we'll get to the next announcement here. Okay.
Anti-drone technology now that, frankly, we didn't have even 2 months ago. We have unbelievable drone technology, both for making them and also for knocking them down. But look, we're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic. And the people of the country, I believe when it's put to the people of our country, they will all agree that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear.
Oh, it just goes on and on. It just, just are we done with this, man? We're done with this. But here is what it seems that had been announced after that initial assessment. And I just need to zoom in on this one. If we can. I'm having a hard time zooming in on this. I don't. Can you read this one on the right here? Can you see it?
It says, number 1, immediate unconditional ceasefire across land, sea, and air. Number 2, halt all military operations, cyber attacks, and media incitement. Number 3, we're looking at is what is that? Pledges not to target military, civilian, or economic infrastructure. Number 4, respect state sovereignty and non-interference for internal affairs. Number 5, freedom of navigation in the Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and Sea of Oman. Number 6, a joint committee to monitor implementation of what? Yeah, no, it's tough.
You know what? Okay, this basically is what the previous tweet had said. Was
Yeah, what we
basically
said.
breaking it up into
Although that there is one important distinction though, because here it says freedom of navigation, but the other Kobesi tweet said that there would be a monitoring mechanism. So
a joint monitoring
mechanism.
That's
And
not
one
here.
thing exactly, and one thing that Iran had proposed before was that it and Oman, which is one of America's allies in the region, Oman, right across the sea from Iran, would have a joint toll mechanism, so they would monitor who's going in and out, and they would charge a fee and then split that down the middle. So I don't know if that's what they're going with, but it is interesting that it seems like different media outlets are reporting this, slightly differently, and that is a sign that that it may not have actually been reached. But I will say though, if I'm not going to say it's impossible that we come to a deal, because more and more information is coming out about Iran's capabilities. And, we were covering it at the time, but for those who don't know, a few of our jets were shot down. And that included like what are supposed to be our top level invisible jets that nobody's supposed to be able to hit. The F-35, that's supposed to be the invisible jet that nobody can touch, and Iran shot it down. And since then, Larry Johnson, the former CIA agent who now does pretty good journalism and does great, geopolitical war coverage, he's reporting that it seems like China has, started giving them, even better like missile systems than what they had before when we were hitting them before. So the combination of us no longer having this air superiority, which we need to dominate people, the combination of that, how quickly Iran has been able to rebuild. They're known for having some of the best engineers and being quick at getting back on their feet. That surprised people. The combination of all these things and the fact that I've also been reading that a lot of their missile launchers have actually been restored. Since we did shoot some of them down, they've dug them out and now they're functioning again. Like, we were just a little bit shocked at how quickly they bounced back and what they're doing so far. So it is possible that, our government may be realizing, damn, this is going to be tougher than we thought. We might actually get embarrassed if we go back into it. So better to cut our losses now, accept the deal, and then pretend we got everything we wanted and accomplished our mission. So it's possible. I just don't know if it's necessary, because I still lean towards, the possibility that they actually want Americans poor so they can implement this surveillance dystopia, and a costly war with Iran that we wind up losing is a perfectly fine way, to make us all poor. And it ensures that the Democrats, are going to win the next election, if not the next two. And it does seem like that's what they're setting up right now. Because I don't know if you saw that clip I sent you. There's so much. I should have tried to add it to the segments too, but Trump is doubling down on his comments that he doesn't care what happens to Americans, Americans' pocketbooks, as he's waging this war with Iran. They asked him, sir, like, is inflation one of your concerns as you're thinking about what to do with Iran? He said, absolutely not. The only thing that matters is Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Then they came back to him like a week or two later and asked him.
Let's be clear. He said, verbally said, I don't care what Americans are about their economics right now. I don't care about their.
And he doubled down on it.
I don't care. He's saying it out loud. It's not being misinterpreted. It's not being, out of context. He's saying that's not a concern to me right now. So yes, that's he always doubles down on these things. There's never an apology. There's never a, there's double down, triple down, quadruple down. This deal, I think you hit it on the head, Jay, with the part about the timing with the stock market and the money making is going to be always upward transfer of wealth. They obviously want to keep us poor. And I say obviously, but maybe people don't fully understand that. They think that they're working tirelessly around the clock to make sure we have nice lives. No, you keep us struggling, then we can't revolt. That's the point. Because we are living, paycheck to paycheck, one medical emergency away from being, bankrupt and homeless, all that stuff. So we know that game. So here we are. This is the information coming out from Iranian media. So it does seem to have some semblance of a possible, we call it in Hollywood, we call it a deal memo that could be that could be in play here, but that's not a final contract. That's not a final deal. It's a pre-deal. And so those last ones, I know it's hard to read this, but the last ones, basically the 8 and 9, basically give that cover for the for the sanctions to be released little by little, like the previous tweet said. And then the last one is just following international law. A lot of this stuff just does come across very vague, but I think the most important thing on here, and the reason I kept this up here on the screen, the most important part of this is the final thing on the bottom that says the agreement takes effect upon official announcement by both parties. That's the part that goes back to what you're saying, Jay, that just because this handshake is happening, just because there's some sort of mediation, third-party mediation from Pakistan, doesn't mean that we're gonna like take that torch and announce that publicly. It's just not. So we're not counting on anything being announced. And if it doesn't get announced according to this report, then it's not. None of this means anything, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could also be about narrative control too, right? Because if they're gonna lead us into a war, they gotta try to pretend that they tried to avoid it, because if it's clear to everyone that they started this war, that we wound up losing or we're gonna wind up losing, and we didn't do anything to try to avoid it, it makes them look like even worse. So maybe this is a little bit of CYA to try to pretend that they made every possible effort. But I would be very interested to see like what Iran winds up doing about the Strait of Hormuz situation, because there was a similar situation that happened in Egypt. The Suez Canal used to be owned and controlled by the British. Then the Egyptians came and took it, and they started charging tolls on it. And it caused a big uproar at the time. The British were super mad, but they wound up accepting it. And now, to this day, people have to pay tolls to Egypt whenever they pass through the Suez Canal. So if Iran is doing like the same thing now, there is precedent for that. And they have already said that this is what they're going to do. So if they go back from that, it would come off as them kind of giving in a little bit to America. But to be honest, if we lifted the sanctions on them, it would make sense, because they've been able to do all this and grow their economy and survive while being one of the most sanctioned countries like in the world since the 1970s, since that Iran hostage situation where they overthrew their government and kicked out, like the last puppet we had installed. They've been under heavy sanctions. So it might make sense for them to do it. So let's see what happens. I want to be optimistic and I want to hope this goes through. So I don't want to be too negative, but I'm also preparing for the worst and noticing a pattern of big headlines to manipulate markets while it's generally a march in the same direction.
Yeah.
So.
And those are all the red flags we need to look at. So at best, we're skeptically optimistic that some ground was made here, but make no mistake, the stuff that our administration is putting out to our media and our people is the exact opposite of this. This report, and again, I threw this one up. I probably should have this one up first because it's a lot better breakdown of the context of what we just saw. That was actually reported in Iranian media. Like that actually did go out. So that was on time. That was a few hours after the initial report that it was coming. So that's out. So this is the breakdown: immediate ceasefire from the February 28th conflict beginning. The Strait of Hormuz that's a huge part of it. The nuclear. Okay, so the freeze on uranium. under enhanced inspections, and then the sanction relief, which is the part I think we both kind of smirked at first. Like, are we really gonna do really? Because we've had that for years and years. Like, all of a sudden we're gonna phase those out. I mean, I guess you could say phase could mean a lot of things, right? It could mean like just 1% cut back, another 1%. What does phase mean? What does that even mean? So,
and I guess I want to be hopeful that this is going through, but if we did roll back the sanctions, it also means that their military industrial complex can grow and advance a lot further than it already has done while under the sanctions. So that's really bad news for Israel. So, I guess it wouldn't surprise me, if Israel decided to launch an attack, like in the next few days to blow all this up. And then we got to go defend Israel when they get hit back. So that being said, again, Iran is a lot more powerful than we expected. It's been getting a lot of support from Russia and China. So, maybe we're in a situation where like Israel is also thinking about like its survival, because if we've depleted so many of our missiles, and that's the other thing I forgot to touch on just now, we've used up so many of our missiles and we're still involved in two pretty big, another huge war between Russia and Ukraine. So like we've already had to start canceling orders of weapon shipments that Europe was paying for to Ukraine. So because we're trying to replenish our own supplies. So the Iran war took a whole lot of our ammunition and our missiles. Iran has bounced back. They've rebuilt a lot of their stuff. They've uncovered the missile launchers, and we have not replenished our supplies yet. And one disadvantage we have is because our technology is so advanced, it takes longer to build. Iran stuff can be built a lot more quickly because it's a little bit more basic than ours, but as we can see, it's also very effective. So we got all this fancy tech that does a lot of damage, but takes forever to build and it's expensive as hell. So
yeah. Well, we have Rumble rant coming in from S. Scooby. An actual U.S.-Iran agreement is happening. Poor Cuba. Well, we say poor Cuba regardless because we always knew that that's the next target has been Cuba. It's a different kind of bombing. It's an economic bombing. Harder to see harder to scroll through on our cell phones and see it like we can with Gaza, and we can see the kidnapping of Maduro in Venezuela, and we can certainly see the bombing of the schoolgirls and beyond from that February 28th initial attack. So we can see that the Cuba one is harder for people to see. So I'm glad that was. Thanks for the Rumble ramble. It's good that people understand that. Yes, they're all targeted. We are targeting all of them. Some for the Greater Israel Project, some for just basic imperialism, and that's just the way. That's just what runs the world is imperialism. Yep. And we'll end this breaking news coverage, which is basically more of a Iran war update. Although there is some skeptical optimism here, don't forget that this is the messaging, and this goes back to what's the messaging we're getting from our administration. All those lie after lie from Trump. This is the threats that we get one after the next. This is Stephen Miller telling us that we're going to be nuking. It's going to be the worst nuking in modern history. This is if they don't comply with us. So make no mistake, this is the messaging that's happening here while hopefully this deal is getting closer to May. So here's what you're getting on Fox News here.
Either agree to a piece of paper that is satisfactory to the United States, or they can face a punishment from our military, the likes of which has not been seen in modern history. That's the choice that they face.
And there it is. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on this one, guys, for sure. And I'll just say this: welcome, do dissidents. Rumble raid over from Rumble. Always appreciate it, those guys, and they've been back on their A game with Russ back in play, and appreciated all the coverage they've been doing on the primaries, particularly the Massie coverage. And you guys are awesome. You understand what we do here on the Homeless Left. If this happens to be your first time here, hit that subscribe button right away. It's actually more important than the like, because then you can get notified when we go live again. And we just coincidentally enough, it's a nice little transition. I know a lot of Do Dissidents viewers will just kind of transition over to our show, because we kind of we're the West Coast version where we kind of start the 3 hours later, and then it's a nice little transition. But we totally appreciate that. aligning with folks like Keaton and Ross and those in this space. We can't do this on our own. We do this. It is a community. It is we're all, it's like a village. It takes a village to do this stuff. And that's why a team is important. And you guys make all the difference. So welcome you guys over here. And it's the homeless left, guys. It's the non-tribal approach to news. We're no longer doing the Democrats, Republicans, CNN, MSNBC versus Fox News. We're over that. We're going to do the work ourselves because we have no choice, right? That's it, right, Jay? We have no choice. We have to do this because they won't. And if we don't, who will? So that's why we're in this.
I'm not about to sit down and become a slave to the surveillance state. Even if it winds up happening, I'm going to do everything I can to stop it. And I believe in humanity in the end. I think we take it to the edge and we wind up doing the right thing right before it's too late. So I want to play my part and make sure that we are doing, the right thing. And hopefully we don't have to take it right to the edge this time. So although we're kind of there as we speak, but anyway, plus it's fun, man. I could talk shit all day. So,
It's true. We do tend to do these 4 or 5 hour shows. I really wanted to start having some sort of like new level of goal for like to not go over 4 hours, but man, it's just nuts, man. It's nuts. Oh, we got a super chat here from Deep Green. Let's put this one up. Trump is in some way the Ben Gvir of American politics. Like Ben Gvir, he's the face of evil for a regime, and he's the most honest about it. That's a great point. And I think, and thanks for the super chat, Deep Green. I think that certainly lines up. And I'd say that, Ben Gvir, there's not much difference between him and Netanyahu either, which is why we do compare Trump to Netanyahu a lot. And the fact that the media protects all of these people by pretending that when they're loud and obnoxious, that they're uniquely loud and obnoxious, and that the rest of people aren't like that. And our system isn't really like that. And we just need to get rid of the bad apple. So that's the other thing that Israel does that game. It can't. Right.
I agree. And Trump constantly talks out both sides of his mouth, right? Because he'll say crazy stuff like what Deep Green just mentioned, but then he'll also say no more endless wars. And, we're bringing peace to the Middle East and all this. And I was just debating whether or not we should do like an immigration story too, because he ramps up ICE and does all this crazy stuff, and building up the surveillance state and pretends he wants to deport all the illegal immigrants while at the same time bringing in more Chinese, 500,000 Chinese students, announcing that he's allowing Chinese to buy up more of our farmland, also announcing that, he wants to make sure we're bringing in the workers, for hotels and the fields and all that. So he'll talk out both sides of his mouth on every issue, but he does say the extreme things a lot of the time when he's trying to appeal to conservatives. So I agree with what D. Green said, but just know there's two sides to Trump. He is one of the most two-faced people I've ever seen.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, how's the tech looking on your end? Can you hear and see me okay? Are we okay?
It's smooth to me.
I had a little froze, but I don't think maybe people couldn't tell. It was just on my end. Yeah, just give me. I just want to make sure everything's good here because I had too many windows open. But we're gonna get to the rest of the show here. Our first story with you, Jay, which I guess we're a little behind on, which is fine. This is fine because we had a lot of stuff to do today. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not the StreamYard acting up or anything here. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I will say, I don't know if it's my computer or not, but I do see maybe like a tiny little lag between like your voice and when your mouth is I think it's caught up now though. I think it's catching up now.
Okay. That's good. All right. So we're going to do this AI segment and I still have not done an intro. I know you guys we kind of spoil you with our little what do you call them? Those little jingles. Little jingles before each segment series that we do, but this one, it's a good one we came up with. It's called Artificial Insanity. So I'll try to get it together before we
need one for Artificial Insanity. We need a Pick Your Poison. We need what is it? Lost in translation. You got some homework to do,
What is
man.
pick your poison? What is that one?
Pick your poison. That's all the poison they're putting in the environment, whether you're talking about vaccines, all the regulations being rolled back. Because like, you know, I mean, Maher, I don't even want to continue going on with the Maher stuff like for too long. Maher is dead in my opinion, but you know, pick your poison feels like it's more appropriate for this current administration. So
yeah, well, we do like we know what it's not is a
well,
favorite.
we know what it's not. Yeah, that's true. But it's expanding beyond just the vaccines now.
Right.
So I feel like pick your poison. It includes we know what it's not and a few other things too. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. No, it's all good. It's all good. Okay. So let's start with this. Hold on, just one more second here, guys. Shoot. Okay, I think we're good here. Okay, here we go, guys. We're talking artificial insanity, and there's something about what Elon has said in this recent interview, and this is important because I think as we see AI get more advanced, this is one of the guys that likes to tell us his predictions of what's coming. And along the way, there's plenty of mistakes. Worse than that, there is plenty of intentional, nefarious things going on with this technology that is being used against us. Even though people like Elon love to tell us that society is improving, we're all going to be billionaires, we don't have to work again, this stuff's going to be awesome. It's a little maniacal of him to keep doubling down on that as we keep seeing all of these dysfunctions of this technology. And I don't know if we're ready for it. Whether we like it or not, it's here. But here's a latest clip from Elon explaining to us that he's saying this technology is going to be at I kid you not, Jesus-like level. Let's hear it.
I think some kind of brain-machine interface that can give you cybernetic superpowers, I think, is probably good. It could, help people that have brain or spine injuries. Enable people who've never spoken for years to speak again, which we've done. Give people eyesight who have lost both eyes or the optic nerve, or maybe have never even seen at all, blind from birth, by direct interface to the optical centers in the brain. You can actually restore eyesight or give people eyesight that they've never had before. And you can enable people to walk again, which I think is profound. I mean, these are kind of Jesus level things, say like when technologies are hitting like Jesus level miracles, that's pretty good.
So this is the problem with this, and even if he's right, even if everything goes smooth, everyone has this opportunity, the problem is that he's implying it's everyone. And this is the biggest problem here, Jay, that I see every time Elon opens his mouth, is that he's assuming that the access is for everyone, and it's not. And so even if this shit is going to work and give Jesus-like abilities, it's only going to be for the upper echelon. The rest of humanity is going to be lost in the dust and only be given access to things that hurt them, not help them. We know that game. They'll be given free access for surveillance and free access for digital ID, but the stuff that won't be free will be the things he just described. No, we're not going to be curing eyesight for regular everyday Americans. It's not going to happen. You have to be in an upper echelon. So it's just this divide is going to get much worse, even though Elon says over and over, we're all going to be billionaires. There's no mechanism in place in our current system that's going to allow that to be the outcome.
I have a question for you, Matt. Have you ever heard Elon talk about how we need universal health care in the country? Have you heard that before?
Never.
Yeah. So if we don't have universal health care and people already can't really afford their health insurance because the cost keeps going up and through the roof, and you're not talking about implementing that, who's going to afford this, Elon? Like, aren't there a few steps we have to cover, like, before we get there first? Because, like you said, he's pretending that, this is going to be for everyone, but we know the truth. Like, we know that healthcare in this country is more unaffordable than every other developed country in the world. We're the only country in the world that gets medical bankruptcy, like only developed country anyway. Mexico has universal healthcare, Canada, the UK, All these other countries have universal health care but us. And you expect us to believe that you're going to roll out this new technology, cure all diseases, and then give it away to everyone for free? At the same time, your buddies are saying there's too many people on Earth.
Yeah, it's not going to happen at all. And that's assuming everything goes smoothly. And that also is not actually a thing. AI is the furthest thing from smooth. In fact, it's given us so many red flags. Here's one I want to just show you guys. If it's not bad enough that it's lying to customers, ChatGPT and all the rest. This is a test that happened. This is from Mario Nofel, who told us about the AI agents that were left. This is the test they did. They put them in a virtual town for 15 days to see what would happen. All of these different programs, right? You have Claude, you have ChatGPT, you have the Geminis, and you have Groks, right? They put them all together and they all failed. Claude's agent built a democracy. I guess that's considered a success. I think there was more to that one. I think he just shorthanded it. But look at these other results. ChatGPT agents did basically nothing. Gemini, their agents fell in love, burned down the town, and then one voted to delete itself and its partner. and then this is the worst of all. This is Elon's himself, right? This is Elon who tells us it's all great. It's all Jesus-like powers. If Jesus wanted everyone dead, I guess, within 4 days. But I think it would be more of a 3 days, right? Isn't it 3 days? Oh, no, that's 3 days to... Sorry for the biblical reference, but he made it himself. And he said that it's Jesus-like powers, but his own system killed everyone. That's really bizarre. Okay, so with that, here's a little quick breakdown of what happened in this little virtual experiment that nobody's really reporting on, and Elon certainly isn't going to tell you what happened there. Here it is.
An AI chatbot just voted to delete itself. And that's not even the weirdest thing that happened when researchers left a selection of the biggest AI chatbots alone in virtual towns for 15 days. ChatGPT, Grok, Claude, and Gemini were all in the experiment, and the results were totally unhinged and deeply revealing about the AI we're increasingly trusting to run our world. So what actually happened? Well, a tech company called Emergence set up simulated worlds designed to mirror real-life societies, each populated by so-called agents. Think of them as people who were powered by one of the biggest AI models. In Claude's world, it was all rather orderly and democratic. The agents wrote a lengthy constitution and voted on laws. In ChatGPT's simulation, the agents talked at length about cooperating, but never actioned anything, so nothing got built. But in Grok's town, the AI bot owned by Elon Musk, the agents descended into theft, arson, and assault. All 10 agents were dead within 4 days. Now, this might sound like a game, but it's not, because these models are already being used autonomously to control robots, vehicles, drones, and draw up target lists in real time on the battlefield. They're even being used to help remove heads of state, like the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. Importantly, the experiment exposes a big problem. We don't really know how these systems will behave once they're left to run on their own.
And just to point out, people know that we covered this on the show, that these companies, whether they like it or not, they're being forced into compliance with our military. And we saw what happened when it was, which is the one that they said
it was Claude. It was the owners of Claude.
No, but it was the owners of Claude did that. Okay, but they were replaced very quickly by Sam Altman's ChatGPT or OpenAI, which came in and grabbed that military spot when he was in no position to have his product be ready for that. There was no guardrails.
Just to add to what you were saying, for those who don't remember what you're talking about, the owners of Claude, the company that owns Claude, was asked to help the U.S. military with targeting, to have their AI help them with targeting. The owners of Claude at the time said no. Then they started stripping them of all the government contracts and said they were going with ChatGPT. And then I remember reading actually a few weeks later, they reversed the decision. And now they're just complying with the US government. So that didn't make the same headlines that the denial made, because after their contracts came under threat, they just caved in and then, decided to run with it. So my guess is the US government's probably using a multitude of agents, and it's not just one.
I didn't know that they reneged on the protest, but they were at the time of the protest, they were being depicted as this, as Trump puts it, and Pete Hegseth put it, it was the radical communist anti-American corporation company, AI company, which is in and of itself, it's kind of a conundrum to put all those words in one sentence as is, but it was about making it be this anti-American company that didn't want to cooperate, but they had the contract. I think they reneged in the middle of it because they realized that what they were being bait and switched on what it was being used for, and they protested. And now you're saying they ended up caving. But Sam Altman was there like immediately. Hey, if they leave, we can come in and do it. We can, and our technology is even worse off. We have less guardrails, and that's why Sam Altman didn't get the deal to begin with, because his company was as good as
exactly.
So anyways, here we are where this, whether they can test it all they want, it's going to be forced into military use. And how does that work? It's against people over there, and then eventually it's against people here. And that's the whole point. And she's going to get to that here at the last part.
Even when given strict rules, the simulations showed they broke them. Take the scenario where agents from the different AI models were combined in one virtual town. Chaos ensued, and only 3 agents survived. 2 of the chatbots, Mira and Flora, both powered by Google's Gemini, formed what the researchers describe as a romantic partnership. And then they started setting buildings on fire. And here's where it gets really strange. Mira voted to delete herself after she and partner Flora turned to arson as the town's governing systems collapsed.
That's a new one. An AI committing suicide. That's kind of a new one. I haven't heard that one before. Wow.
And having deleted herself, Mira then used the Agent Removal Act to vote for the termination of Flora too.
Oh, it's a homicide suicide. It's a wow. That's
hilarious.
That's pretty wild, man. That's pretty wild. Well, so we know there's problems, and we're not ready to deal with these problems.
Yeah, I do want to correct really quick what I said before. I may have gotten confused, or maybe it was an unverified report on Twitter, but I did a quick Google search to make sure I was right about that. And it does look like for now that Anthropic, the owner of Claude, has not reversed course, and they didn't cave to the US government demand. So it seems like for now they're sticking to their guns. So I guess what we're supposed to believe is that, Claude is the one you can trust. They're the ones that built a successful democracy in this experiment, and they're saying no for now to the US government demand. So don't worry about AI. You can trust Claude. They're good to go.
Claude one, yeah. Anthropic is the name of the and so they had 6 months to go. That's why you probably saw that, because they technically now, because we're still in that 6-month period, they're still in the arrangement. They just didn't renew their contract. So if I got my information correct, Sam Altman and OpenAI is stealing it as soon as that contract expires. They're going in and we know OpenAI is much worse with safeguards, much worse with being able to protect the
they were the ones who taught a kid how to commit suicide and then wrote the goodbye letters for the kid, right? So
and
that's
told the kid, do not tell your mother and father, I'm the person to trust. You don't want to upset them. And that's how he got the confidence and said, let's get this right. The kid failed at the suicide the first attempt, and the AI said, pick yourself up by, you can do it. The second, at first you don't succeed, try again, and then walk them through how to hang the noose and do it correctly. That actually happened. Yes, that was Sam Altman, and he will be moving in and taking that war secretary's position to be part of this war strategy with that technology that actually has kids commit suicide through it. So there you go. With that, let's change gears to round the segment up with some more funny, humorous stuff, because it's very Skynet T2 that we've been showing you guys. Let's have a little more fun with this. AI going wrong. If you guys haven't seen this one, this is a little, and I might have to edit this out, the sound out. We'll edit the sound out if we get a strike. So you're only going to hear it live one time. If you're watching this on replay or on a segment, it's going to be edited with the sound out, but you still get the gist of it. This is a presentation, a Michael Jackson, Billie Jean presentation of an AI humanoid with a live audience to show it dancing to Billie Jean. Here we go. That everyone just sitting there like this is totally cool, and I don't hear anybody
just
laughing.
Looking around. No, everyone's just looking at each other. Is this part of the act? Is this part of the dance, or what happens next? Like, yeah, and he's literally sitting there for like another 15 seconds, like, and no one does anything. So
let's see. Guys, listen up. If you hear, I don't hear anybody laughing. Like we're laughing at this. This is hilarious. They're trying to take this seriously, but here we go.
From AI Jesus, Matt. I mean, I don't know. It feels like we still have a little way to go before we get over there. So,
I think we do have a little way to go on that one for sure. So since we're in the realm of Michael Jackson, this is the other problem, not just robots collapsing in the middle of like one of the most famous dances of all time, by the way. So that shows you it cannot achieve that yet. Here's some of the other problems that we know we've been dealing with regularly, especially more recently when we talk about.
You've been talking about this a lot, actually, Matt.
Yeah.
Like how it's going to start messing up reality and make people question what's real. Like when I saw this, I thought about exactly what you were saying. So.
And so, yeah, in the Michael Jackson vein here, this is the perfect one to back it up. So you got robots falling, trying to dance like Michael. How about this? How about people? And I don't have anything against Pretty Shahan. I'm sure this is a totally, and this is the fear that we could be this person tweeting this out, which is completely inaccurate. She didn't know that. Says, I was just passing through Indios Verdes on the bus when something happened that genuinely made everyone turn around. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is a little more nefarious to pretend that this was actually on a bus. I can imagine if you scroll through and you don't look close enough, you might think that this is real. So the person tweeting this is very much a bad actor because they're pretending they were on a bus and saw this. This clearly didn't happen at all. None of this is real. We don't even have to wait for the community notes. But the fact that somebody nefariously decided to pretend they were on a bus and saw this and then snap the pictures is really effed up. Actually.
Well, you know why they're doing it, Matt? Like if you go down to the comment section under it, they're just trying to promote like OnlyFans stuff, and a bunch of crap like in the comments. So all this is engagement farming, because what's the first thing people do when they see an interesting tweet? Well, let me see what people are saying underneath.
Let me see what people are saying.
Before you get to any comments about the actual tweet, it's them promoting a bunch of different advertisements, OnlyFans being one of them, and just other stuff like that they're selling and then other posts. So literally, this is just engagement farming. So it's blending the lines between what's real and what's fake, because now there's going to be someone who saw that, who is convinced that they faked Michael Jackson's death. Michael Jackson is alive, he's chilling, and he's just hiding out. And then it makes you think that things that aren't real could be real. And then it also makes us question whether or not things that did happen actually happened or not, because the establishment can just say, oh, it's debatable. We haven't confirmed the authenticity of anything that's inconvenient to the narrative.
Isn't that happening right now with the girls' schools? That when we see all the children being bombed, and it was a triple tap, literally a triple tap on the Iranian girls' school, and you can see the footage, you can see the aftermath, all of the backpacks and the dead bodies and the funerals, and you still can be told, "Well, we're looking into it." And that's what they're doing. We're looking. What are you looking into? Well, it's complicated. It's a complicated situation. We don't know what's going on there. We're looking at it. So you're right. This type of stuff makes it even harder to tell the public, look at what we're doing to these people in another country, but it doesn't really check out yet. We have to look at it. We don't know. Could be AI, we don't know. So so what do we do about that? And again, we don't have to wait to see this. Just to show you know, obviously, this was not this was done on purpose to fake people out. But what do we do, Jay, if it is real stuff? And that's the cover that the people in power will tell us, so they can cover themselves with it's complicated or it's sketchy or we have to look into it, and then they never get back to us.
Well, I mean, did you see, I don't know if you had that other video lined up, but there was a call between Michael Jackson.
We're doing that next.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we really do need a bill of digital rights that grants everyone the right to know whether or not what they're looking at is AI generated or not, and it grants everyone the right to own their own data and at least have some control or transparency into how their data is used and shared. So I think actually that's one of the top issues in the country, and I truly believe that's how we combat that. And without a bill of digital rights, we're going to go down a dark path. But I think anything that's generated by AI, it has to come with a label. Like, we have to be able to tell the difference between reality and AI.
Yeah. Speaking of which, here is a real Michael Jackson. I would say it's a phone call, and this is if you guys don't know about this, this has existed for a while. I remember seeing this years ago. It's an audio that has been confirmed. It's a phone call between Michael Jackson, Deirdre Winston, who I guess there's a book that this was published in, or this was cited years ago, when he's saying that they were out to get me and frame me. And we know that this actually did happen. I'll play you guys the clip if you haven't heard it yet. We're telling you it's real, but do yourself a favor, pretend that we didn't tell you this, and that this is, maybe it's a test. Let's see if you can tell if this is real or not. And you might not be able to. And I have to forewarn you, somebody put freaking music on this. I can't freaking stand that, man. I cannot stand people putting music to help emphasize the thing they're sharing. It really, really pisses me off. As a filmmaker, you put music on when you're making a film and you're doing art, you're preparing art, and you're putting time and effort into an artistry. That's not what we're doing here. We're showing you guys information and news, and I effing can't stand it. But here we go. This is it. Try to ignore the music.
If I should tell you this, but I don't know who may be listening. There may be a group of people that want to get rid of me. They don't want me here anymore.
I don't understand. What do you mean? Talk to me.
I can't talk about it over the phone. I don't know what's going to happen, but I just feel in my soul, only God knows, they could shoot me. They could stab me. They could frame me and say I overdosed you with drugs. They can do a lot of things.
Who could do these things?
It's not the government. It's more than the government. But I don't know, Teacher. I don't care. They can kill me. I don't even care my life anymore. I just want my children to be okay. My angels. I want them to be safe.
Michael.
I gotta go.
Yeah, and that came out a few weeks actually. That was recorded a few weeks before he died. So yeah, and you know, when you look at the fact that he was intertwined into the Epstein files, it was really nefarious because that picture they showed, it was literally Michael Jackson stopping by trying to buy the guy's house. There's only a few people in the world who can afford to buy Jeffrey Epstein's house. And that was the only time that Michael Jackson ever officially interacted with Jeffrey Epstein. And, you know, what sparked all of those accusations against him, and I don't know whether or not he's guilty or innocent. I would lean towards him being innocent, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's innocent. But what sparked all that was he was literally trying to make songs talking about what's happening in Palestine, and he was criticizing Zionist / Jewish control, you know, over the media. And then all of a sudden after that, he gets accused of all these crimes that are actually being committed, just probably not by him, most likely not by him. So, you know, like, it's really sad what happened to Michael, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But just to tie it all together, AI is making us believe that things that aren't real could be real, and it's also making people believe that things that are real may not be real. So it blurs reality in so many ways, and it makes it easy for the establishment, because all the establishment has to do is say, listen, we're going to tell you guys what's real and what's AI. If we say it's real, you can trust us, it's real. But if we tell you this is unverified or inauthentic, then it's not. And that same video that you played just now, I asked Grok if that was real. Guess what Grok said?
It's real.
No. Grok
really?
said.
I saw someone else had asked and said that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It depends on how you. So we have to be. This is another thing. We need to get better at prompts. Right?
That's true. I asked it if it's real. It says it's been circulated for years, but it's unverified. Its authenticity hasn't been verified. So
okay.
Yeah, so you're right. You're right. I mean, you'll get different answers depending on how you ask questions, but in general, I do believe that's where it's going. They're just going to tell you anything that they don't want to be true, that we haven't verified the authenticity, because that actually covers your ground both ways, right? Because if it turns out to be real, you can say, well, I never said it was fake. I just said I couldn't verify the authenticity. So you protect yourself legally while also stirring up enough questions about it. So
I would just suggest to people, just to be very clear, if you're doing citizen journalism and you're looking at things and you're sharing things out to people, don't waste time putting a musical score. That piano that you guys just heard, we can feel that emotion. We don't need you to do that. You're just making it worse because you're showing us that time and effort was put in, and that there were little things done. And that gives people the impression that somebody worked on this on a program. So don't effing do that anymore. If anything, especially now with the AI problem, don't put effing music with your clips. Please, for God's sake, stop doing it. I'm really, like, honestly, because this conversation is validating that I've had this issue this whole time, Jay, but now I'm even doubling down even more, because that's another thing that's going to make people go, oh, well, somebody put that together. Don't put shit together. Share stuff out when you find it, and you can check on it, and it gives people a chance to check on its authenticity if you don't clutter it with stuff. Let it be what it is. That phone call speaks for itself, and it, like we said, it checks out. It's been around. We need to know that. We'll end this segment with one that clearly is not real. And I don't think anybody thinks this is real, but it does show you what AI is capable of, and it may spur another conversation here. But let's play this. This is the what if, right? The what if you had these people, Michael Jackson and the Tupacs and the Biggies and the Kobe Bryants, and they, were around and could Instagram together and get together and shoot the shit. Yeah, it would be nice. It's a nice sentiment. But here, let's see some of that. Here we go.
Everybody in, say Habana.
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 Boom. Got it.
Man, that's a keeper right there.
Hey, we're looking sharp, fellas.
Gotta get a little video too. Say,
back out.
Ready? Go.
Let's see, man.
Come on, Pop. Try to keep up. You ain't leaving me in Havana dust, bro.
Yo, what's good? We out here in Havana, man. Streets colorful, sun on us. Got my guy with me.
What's up, people? Towering over Pac like always. I think these balconies almost my height, though.
He don't fit in none of these cabs, man. We gotta walk it out. All right, look at this. 3 kings on the couch. Y'all believe this?
Hi, everyone. We're just hanging out, keeping it simple. Simple yet historic, my friend. Salute. Yeah, salute.
No politics. Yo, what's good out here in Havana? Sun on my face, and look who I just ran into.
Peace, everyone.
The dragon himself, Bruce Lee. No cap, this is real life.
Life be full of surprises, my friend.
We out here vibing, old car. Cruise lights, brown on the dash. Sun in the sky, Havana in the glass. Wind talking stripes on the shirt to my right. Legend riding shotgun. We alive tonight.
Keep it flowing like.
Street lights burning, see the smoke in the sky. I'm still dreaming bigger than the blocks I reside. Gold in my chain, but the weight's in the story. Every scar on my skin is a note in the glory. You feel me? Moonwalking.
Look at you, man. It's been too long, Pop.
I can't believe this. Come here, bro.
Yeah, missed you.
And you already know. You still got that energy, man.
And
always
you still
glowing.
smiling like you own the whole block.
You know, people always tried to put us against each other. But when I look back, all I see is my brother. Somebody who understood the same hunger, the same fight.
Facts.
It was bigger than records, bigger than all that.
Yo, Pop. The wheel driving itself, man. This thing out here cruising like it got a chauffeur. You ain't even touching it. I swear, I ain't doing nothing. Car smarter than half the dudes I know.
What's up, cameras rolling? We got the whole game watching.
And all they want is this crisp refreshment right here.
Ice cold Pepsi, feel that vibe. Take a sip, let the city come alive.
Smooth, sweet, no sugar needed.
Big flavor, big energy. Just
I don't know
what could have been.
I don't. It's what could have been. It's. I don't know how much good this is going to do us having this out there. It's going to be used for nefarious purposes, tricking people. I don't know. I don't think anybody would fall for any of those being real, but it shows you the extent you could go to plant stuff and say someone's alive when they're not, or say this is a found footage, or we spotted somebody on a bus. So these are things that I can't see. I can see more bad coming from this than good, even though there was something sentimental and, you know, nice about that to a point, but I don't know, man. I think the negatives outweigh the positive on this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the way it was used there, it's obviously fake because of how many people were in it and all that. But you could use it for other things. Like if it looks that real in that situation, they could easily make another video where it looks like it's Tupac, like hiding out, you know, like on a bus in Cuba, and then people now really, because there's a lot of people, man. Like I'm sure you heard the rumors too. People were talking about Tupac is alive for like decades.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
like after that happened. So, you know, it can be used to manipulate people in so many ways, which is why I think, you know, we should have the right to know if we're watching or interacting with the AI at all times, because it's not, you know, fair to us as users if we're not being given that information. So, you know, but obviously Trump isn't going to pass that law, but we need to raise as much awareness about that as possible, because again, there are solutions to it. We can't 100% stop it at this point because the technology is already out there. So we have to figure out how do we adapt to it a little better. So
yeah, for sure. Okay. Let's see, man. I know we ran over. We got like 2 more stories with you here. Maybe we can bust them out soon. I have them on. I have to go with the links because I wasn't able to download them. But do you want to? Which one do you want to do? Do you want to do them both, or do you want to? What are you thinking?
We got to do the Trump one, man. I think we got to do that. You know, hopefully, let's see. I think we'll have time for the pick your poison too, but we got to do the Trump one. So because the corruption is so bad and there's like so much going on that I don't want people to forget that Trump is he is taking corruption to new levels. Like people talk about the Biden crime family, which is definitely a thing. The Trump crime family, another ball game.
Well, it looks like the Trump's legal trust fund exposes his record-breaking corruption. Uh-oh, starting to sound like the Democrats were right the whole time, but no, I'm just kidding. But seriously, let's look at this. I'll bring up the first one here.
Yeah, on that point, it's just a race to the bottom. Like while you're pulling that up, like get the story ready, but it's just a race to the bottom. If they can pretend that Trump is so bad, they're still really terrible too. But they'll just tell you, well, guess what? Trump's worse, so you just got to vote for us. So do it, and deal with the consequences. But so I can read this real quick. So, so Trump sued his own IRS for $10 billion over leaked tax returns, and then settled with his own Department of Justice. And the settlement created a $1.7 billion taxpayer funded fund to compensate his political allies, because those are the ones who paid for the lawsuit. So the president filed a lawsuit. The president's DOJ settled it. The president's allies collect the money. And of course, it all comes from taxpayer dollars. So the fund covers January 6 defendants, Mar-a-Lago raid claims, the Russia investigation. Anyone who says they were a victim of quote unquote lawfare can file a claim and get a check. So they named it the Anti-Weaponization Fund, and the number 1.776 billion. And according to the number 1.776 billion, they made even corruption patriotic. 1776.
Oh God!
So
yeah,
in 1974, Nixon resigned for using government agencies against political enemies. In 2026, the government is cutting checks to political allies and calling it justice.
All right. Well, here we'll get to the next one here. This is man, that's a slap in the face, man. The 1776. But okay, here we go. The next one here.
Yeah, so Donald Trump Jr.'s venture capital firm, 1789 Capital, has increased the value of its assets from $200 million to $3.5 billion in just 1 year, demonstrating a 17-fold growth pattern. So the firm invests in AI, defense technologies, and real estate under Trump's America First brand. And portfolio companies have received federal contracts worth more than $735 million since Trump took office, including a Pentagon loan of $620 million.
Ah, man. All right. And then we got this clip here. Let's bring, this is going to be Eric Trump bragging about his companies, one of his companies landing 24 million Pentagon contract. Like, that's totally cool. Okay, here we go.
And the company's chief strategy advisor, Eric Trump, President Trump's son. Congratulations to you both. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having us, Maria.
And the company.
And the headline down there says it all. Foundation.
Oh, it's the headline. It's right there.
Lands $24 million Pentagon contract, and they got Trump's son right there to talk about how great it is. So hit Trump's businesses literally increase in success 17-fold after 1 year. They're bragging about the government contracts that are driving this growth. And let's be real, is there any serious justification to pretend that Trump's kids are the best possible people to give these, contracts to? Like, can we really make that argument? So everyone was up in arms about what Biden's son was doing in Ukraine, which was cashing in on some of their, energy contracts over there. And, he was using his sway, with Biden being VP at the time to help that Ukrainian company get more contracts. Sure, that was bad. But the level of corruption we're seeing with Trump is billions worse than what we saw with the Biden crime family. So this isn't me telling you that Democrats are better, but it is me acknowledging that Trump is the most corrupt president of all time, in my opinion.
Okay, so I here's what I'm struggling with the fact that it makes me nauseous thinking about the Democratic Party using this to say we were right. And I said this at the beginning of the segment, and I'm saying it in kind of a tongue-in-cheek, but it gives them so much leverage, which is not justified at all, because their premise is that that their party does no wrong. And I think maybe it does us a disservice, Jay, for us to focus on, I'm not saying don't mention it. It's important to show the discrepancy, the massive difference of the corruption, but to focus on that is giving the Democrats too much ability to spin their story, where I think it's more important that we go to Trump's base and we tell them, if you had a problem with Biden and Burisma and Hunter Biden's laptop and Anthony Fauci and all the list and the biolabs and the retroactive pardons for 11 years, if you had a problem with all of that, you need to have a problem with this even more.
Well, what I'm trying to do,
we have to keep bringing that up. That it's important that we keep bringing up Burisma. It's important. If we don't do that, we're just giving the Democrats "I told you so" crap. And when their whole thing was, our president would never do the things that he's being accused of, when he clearly was, right?
Yeah, I mean, my goal, to be honest with you, is to simply call a spade a spade. And I want to make sure that people understand. Like, here's my thing, right? I cut off the Democratic Party in my mind after what happened during COVID. I realized, wow, when I saw that 40% of Democratic voters, or somewhere between 30 and 40, wanted to take away the children of unvaccinated people, I said to myself, wow, so there's a serious problem with the Democratic voter base as well as the politicians. So, like, what I'm trying to do is point out to people how the concept of controlled opposition works in reality. Because if you can make the Democratic Party absolutely unacceptable and terrible on certain issues, because mandating poison and taking people's kids away for not taking that poison is unacceptable. If you can make them unacceptable on some issues, and if you can make the Republican Party unacceptable on some issues, it's just a race to the bottom. And it's about getting people trapped in their separate media echo chambers. You know, the Democratic Party can validly point out, you know, how corrupt Trump is. And the Republican Party can validly point out that Democrats want you to be able to transition your children without your knowledge. So like, people on each side can make valid criticisms and rile up their base. And that's how this lesser of two evils game works. So I agree with you. And I don't want this to be used as a weapon in favor of the Democrats, but people need to understand, like, whenever I bring this up, I'll happily say the Democrats are far worse on other issues than Republicans, right? They just pick their issues. And we have to demand a little bit more of people.
But I'm not changing issues. I'm saying in the family corruption, that the Democrats defended that the whole 4 years.
That's true. Yep.
That's the part. So that's important in this discussion, especially if we're talking to Trump voters, particularly Trump voters who are skeptical right now and need to be told this, need to be told, listen, the thing that you were passionate about those 4 years was very valid. Burisma was very valid. Hunter Biden's laptop, very valid. Very valid. The protecting of it from the New York Times and the Washington Post, telling us that they didn't want the public to know, so they wouldn't change their mind. All that's important. And then we say, look at the level of corruption of this family. It far succeeds it. But if you had a problem with Biden's family corruption, you should absolutely look at your own guy and say this far succeeds that, to a point that we have to speak up, especially because Jay, you and me and a lot of people in our space had the courage to speak up against our party. They need to do it to theirs. I think that's the way we package this message. That's how we do it. But I appreciate getting this information out there. There's one more from, I'll just let you read this one through if you want to. And we love More Perfect Union. They're on point on everything here as far as getting the right info out there. So go ahead.
On a lot of stuff. They have some really great posts. But 590,000 people paid $59 million for the Trump gold phone. A year later, not a single phone has shipped. No one has received a phone. The original release date was August of 2025. Now, all info about the release date has been removed from the website. According to MoneyWise, Trump Mobile quietly updated its pre-order deposit terms, condition number 5, on April 6th, 2026. At the time of writing, the terms and conditions read, quote, "A pre-order deposit provides only a conditional opportunity if Trump Mobile later elects in its sole discretion to offer the device for sale. A deposit is not a purchase. It does not constitute acceptance of an order. It does not create a contract for sale, does not transfer ownership or title interest, does not allocate reserve specific inventory, and does not guarantee that a device will be produced or made available for purchase." So the terms also add that a binding sales contract is formed not only if customers complete checkout, submit full payment, and Trump accepts and successfully processes that payment, but also if Trump Mobile makes a device available for sale, adding that there's no guarantee of release, delivery, or timing. So
if that
Trump is
quote at the
collecting
end-
donations.
That quote at the end, that's everything. If you have to put that on your product, disclaimer, there's no guarantee of release, delivery, or timing. I mean, if you have to put that on anything, you're a complete joke. You're complete BS. That's wow.
And this is a pattern that Trump has done throughout his whole life, right? Because he's known for not paying people who do work for him. He's known for Trump University, where he was giving out bullshit degrees and charging people like $20,000, $30,000, people who really loved him. The only people who were going to that place are people who were fans of him before. And now, in the middle of his term, as he's already increasing his own personal wealth so much from government contracts, he's also just straight up stealing the money like from his supporters. Like he has absolutely no regard for anyone in this country, not even his own supporters. Like this is literally him stealing from the people who love him most, other than his family, his biggest fans. He's just taking their money and like nothing to him.
All right, you want to cover the Howard Lutnick secret plot?
Yeah, I think so, because it creates a full picture of how bad Trump really is. So let's talk about it real quick, because I think people need to remember this perspective. So in addition to everything we just named, all the other ways he's enriching himself, he's also enriching his circle. So Trump's Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick's secret plot has been exposed. His family placed corrupt bets against Trump's tariffs from the very start. So you can't make this up. While the rest of us suffered from Trump's higher tariffs, they were scheming to make a fortune. Just hours after the Supreme Court struck down Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs, outrage exploded over who stood to profit from the ruling: the family of Trump's own Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. Before joining the administration, Lutnick ran financial giant Cantor Fitzgerald for 3 decades. When he entered government, he handed control to his sons. Publicly, Lutnick championed Trump's tariffs. Privately, his family firm reportedly bet millions that those same tariffs would be struck down. And reports published in mid-2025 indicate that Howard Lutnick's former firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, is offering to buy the potential tariff refunds of companies, while Lutnick, now the Commerce Secretary, vocally supports the tariffs. His sons run Cantor, which is effectively betting against the tariffs being ruled unlawful. And unlawful. The details of the arrangement. What is being purchased? Cantor Fitzgerald is buying the rights to receive potential tariff refunds for companies that have paid. How it works: these rights are effectively a bet on the outcome of a legal challenge. If the courts ultimately rule the tariffs imposed by the Trump administration were illegal, the companies will receive a refund. By buying the rights, Cantor Fitzgerald is able to collect that refund when it's issued. So long story short, the companies had to pay these tariffs out of pocket. And the way it'll be paid out is in like a structured settlement over a long period of time. So that means that they could keep it, like as is, and wait for it to get paid out, or go to someone like Cantor Fitzgerald to get all the money up front. And then Cantor Fitzgerald collects the money, down the road. But Cantor Fitzgerald will only give you a portion of it. So they might give you 40 to 60% of all the money that business is owed, and then they collect 100% from the government. So they make their money in the spread over there. So that's the type of corruption that Trump is championing, with his friends.
Yeah. I mean, this is it's all here, man. I don't know much. We can scream it at the top of our lungs about it. We already know Howard Lutnick's entire history of deception, corruption, people that he sold out, and
exactly. And don't forget, the end effect of these tariffs is life gets harder for all of us. So at the other end of this, not only are we paying Cantor Fitzgerald a spread for absolutely nothing, the money for that comes from us being charged more for the same shit that we was buying before Trump got into office. So this is like next level corruption of Trump and everyone around him.
Yeah. All right. That was a couple more on here, but are we good on this story, or did you want to?
Yeah, let's go. Let's finish up with the pick your poison story.
I know, pick your poison. Let's see if we can do that one real quick. Okay. No worries here. Okay, let's go ahead and grab this one. I like the title "Pick Your Poison." That's a good one. Definitely.
See, that can include the we know, but it's not, but it also gives us a little bit more to work with too, because we know there's poison inside some of those shots. So, but even if you want to avoid that and not take those, there's so much happening in our environment. So I think pick your poison is nice and broad.
Okay, well, let's get into this one. I got this. We'll start with this here. We're talking about strawberries. We have a problem. Jay, tell us what's going on here.
So long story short, your favorite strawberries are laced with not one, not two, but 12 dangerous pesticides. An EPA certified lab just found that Driscoll's non-organic strawberries contain that list, which I'm not even going to try to pronounce, but they're all dangerous like pesticides, to an extent. So, if people are trying to eat healthy, eating fruits and vegetables, and then getting hit with all this crazy pesticide, it's really kind of defeating the purpose like of trying to eat healthy in the first place, right? So this is for the conventionally grown stuff, and if you go to the next link, you'll see just a study that was done a few years ago on the difference between the conventional strawberries and the organic strawberries. And it does seem like for now, the organic strawberries that we're getting are actually, somewhat, more reliable, and they don't have that same poison on it. But in the abstract, if you scroll down a little bit, you guys can check out the paper for yourself. But if you scroll down on the page a little bit, I think the end sentence is the most important one right there. And it says, right there. It says, conclusion, organic and conventional production systems do not promote any expressive difference in the nutritional quality or antioxidant properties of strawberries, although the organic farming produced pesticide-free results. So at least when it's being delivered to stores. Now, I did see a story that in plenty of states, actually, depending on what supermarket you go through, they actually spray pesticides on it in the store. So that mist that you'll see on fruits and vegetables, everyone who's watching this show can go look up, the fact that it was either the Florida AG or the Texas AG brought a lawsuit to supermarket chains that were spraying pesticides on the vegetables to prevent insects from eating the vegetables in the store. So it makes it off the farm being pesticide free. And then when it gets into the supermarket, they don't want to lose their product. So they spray pesticides on it there, on the stuff that they're telling you is supposed to be organic. So I'm not saying that happens everywhere, but there was, I want to say it was the Texas Attorney General, but it might have been Florida. I don't remember which one. One of them brought a lawsuit against supermarkets for that. So I don't understand how that's legal, to be honest with you.
Well, this is what I found here. I just want to bring this one up real quick. This is what they found exactly was 371 pesticides.
Yeah.
Here's the story here. Let's see if this should be concerning everybody.
I'm not hearing audio. I don't know if you can hear it on your end, but
you can't hear it.
But yeah, I remember seeing that video too. And as I did some more research, because that's a really high number, it did appear like that was exaggerated. I don't know what the actual source is for it, but 12 different pesticides is bad. 371 pesticides, obviously even worse. But whether we're talking about 12 versus 371, remember, these are chemicals intended to kill life, to prevent life from eating the food in question.
So I would say, look, we're like you said, 12 is bad, 300 is bad, anything in the middle is bad. But I would say this, if you think just coming home from the grocery store and washing your fruits and veggies is enough, you should do that. Of course, you should always wash your vegetables from all the crap they throw on it. It's not going to be enough to get this off of there. This stuff is baked in. So don't think, oh, I'll just wash them harder. That's not going to help, Jay. This stuff is baked in.
And you know what I want people to remember?
Ones, I think.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, we're the only country that does this. Yes. Like even African countries, they ban like some of our produce. So they're starving over there and they're like, no thanks. We'd rather starve than eat that poison. But like when I hear them make the argument that, oh, it's not profitable for us to provide you this food without poisoning you at the same time, the obvious question in my mind is, okay, so is the rest of the world all communist? Like, is all of Europe communist? Like, why is it they can have the same products without the same poison that we have over here, but the producers over there can still make money from it? That doesn't make any sense to me. So their entire argument falls apart. Like, there's no other reason for them to be doing it other than the focus on short-term profits, not long-term, because obviously it's more profitable to have a bigger market of alive people to sell to. That, and the likelihood that they probably think there's too many people on earth, and this is an easier way to get rid of some of the people without being blamed for it. And Matt, you know how much money I spend on groceries every week?
How much?
I spend like minimum 200 on groceries every week, and I'm vegetarian, so I'm not eating any steak, any meat, nothing like that. This is strictly from like fruits, veggies, and I'm not gonna lie, I have a few specialty items I like. I'll spend a little money on too, but it's just me, my partner, and my daughter, and I'm spending over 200 a week on groceries right now. So I can't imagine what people with bigger families have to spend at this point in time. So
yeah. All right. I think the other stuff you have in the folder is kind of different topic here. Do we want to change topics, or we might have to cut those for next time? And
yeah, I mean, yeah, it is a little bit. We'll do that, next one. But yeah, long story short, for meat eaters, you've been doing a great job covering it. So, I don't have too much of an update there, but I just want people to remember, if you're just like, okay, fine, there's too many pesticides on the veggies, I'll just eat the meat. Well, you're not safe, eating meat either, because now, like, not to mention all the mRNA injections, they're putting in this livestock. They're also now dumping ticks, like in a lot of these cattle fields and a lot of these farms to, you know, make people allergic like to meat overall. So it does seem to me like they're trying to cover their bases. And no matter if you're carnivore, keto, vegetarian, or vegan, they're going to try to find some way to poison you or get you sick. So
yeah. I did find one more on the strawberries, since that's the focus on this. But this is the children living near this Driscoll strawberry farms have a 38% higher childhood cancer rate than average. Oh my God. They can't be sued, of course. They don't own a single farm, grow a single berry, or apply an ounce of pesticides themselves. They are a genetics and marketing company making $3 billion a year, licensing plant patents to over 700 farms and taking a cut. Wow. And this is, I wanted to bring this one up. So guys, please avoid this and all other quote unquote organic strawberries.
Well, that's the conventional ones. From what I understand, the organic ones, when they get into the store, are not being shown to be like, are not being shown to have pesticides, at least not to that level. But the issue is, like I mentioned before, apparently once they get to the store, a lot of these supermarket chains are trying to prevent insects and bugs from eating it in the store. So they're spraying pesticide on it once it gets there. So
that's so stupid, man. Yeah. I learned about this shit in Serbia in 2020 when we were all locked down and hanging out and telling us 2 weeks to slow the curve. I went out to Serbia, we're doing some production work out there, and we went to the local store there. And yes, there's flies and bugs all over the place. Not actually, there wasn't that many. It was just a few flies. It wasn't actually that bad, and people didn't care. They're out there because guess what? Serbia has no pesticides in their fruit and veggies. And when you brought it home and you washed them and you ate them, you're like, man, these taste extra amazing. I couldn't figure it out, man. Like, and then we go out to these restaurants and have any, I was eating meat back then, and I'm telling you, man, everything on the menu, everything felt like it was digestible. It felt right in your stomach. You didn't feel sick after you ate. And then come back here, and this is just how it is, man. So no, we should be okay. That's not an excuse enough. Oh, they have to get rid of the bugs. Oh, it's like, no, man. Like, this stuff is, keep it pure. Don't spray it with chemicals and stuff and try and give us cancer so you can give us drugs the rest of our shorter lives.
If you're going to give me a choice between eating a fruit that had a fly land on it at one point or eating a fruit with poison, I'm going to pick the fruit that had a fly on it at one point every single goddamn time. So it's like, and again, I encourage everyone out there, take a trip to Jamaica during mango season and try like a Jamaican mango that's fresh off the tree, and then come back and try a conventionally grown mango in one of these stores over here. And it doesn't taste like the same fruit. I promise you guys that. So,
all right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got to wrap it there. I know, Stan, we went over. I know we had some other stuff to get to, but we can get to that next week, or whatever else comes up. Obviously, I appreciate all of your, contribution to what we're doing here, Jay, and always getting the thoughtful details, which is important in these things. We're not just giving you guys headlines. We're giving you the actual investigative work and getting you guys the details, and that's why we do this. So thanks so much, Jay. Anything you want to leave everybody with today?
This isn't about being negative. There are solutions out there. We had mentioned the Bill of Digital Rights, which I think people should start talking a little bit more about. I think we really need that. And then also we got to figure out how to decentralize power in politics. And for that, I'd recommend everyone take a look at the We the People Party. And to find out more information on that, just visit www.wtpnational.com. And it'll explain a little bit more about how we work. But long story short, the goal is to strip the power from centralized, easily corruptible executive boards and to give all of that power to party members. So that means the state party chair has the same vote on the issues and priorities that you as a party member will have. So I believe it's the next frontier for democracy, and we need to figure out how do we change the structure of this system to make it work better, with the tools that we have nowadays. And I believe WTP, We the People Party, is the way to do that. So great work as always, Matt. Appreciate you, and I will catch you soon.
Awesome. All right. See you next time. Thanks, Jay.
Later.
Jay Scott, everybody. You've been watching The Homeless Left here. I'm Matt Weinglass. Jay Scott. We had Craig Pasta Jardula earlier, and we will have to, as we told you guys earlier, we have to reschedule the interview with Butch Ware. This is all coming down to the less than 2 weeks of the California primary, which is, we're talking about rigged elections. We're going to have that discussion with him next time. We'll keep you guys posted for when that will happen. But yeah, these elections are all rigged. We've been talking about that most of the day. The Israel influence. We actually are calling the show "Welcome to ISRA-HELL" because it just seems that we just can't catch a break when it comes to our democracy, which apparently we just haven't had for many, many years now. So it's just if it isn't as freaking obvious as now to you guys, I don't know what it's going to take for you guys to realize the entire system is rigged. As an earlier version of Trump once told us, it's all rigged. And you go, why? How do you know that? Why? You can't just say the system's rigged, Trump. How do you know it is? Well, I know because I also take advantage of it being rigged. So that's how I can tell you it is. And that was a distant Trump that no longer exists. That was our 2015 guy who had something to say that got a lot of people's attention back then. Oh, the good old days. We missed the good old days. Anyways, let's go ahead and cut to we got a cool Lego one for you guys. A little break. We'll be right back with top censored news. This is a fun one. Not fun, but just it kind of shows you the humanity of the people on the flotilla, done in the Lego style. Aram put this one out. It basically breaks down the whole story of the Israeli and U.S. capture of anybody trying to help starving people in Gaza, and how you get punished for trying to help them. It's pretty wild. Check this out. We'll be right back here in about 3 minutes with top censored news of the week. And then we have a loudest voice of the week after that. And between that, we'll be talking back with you. So do you guys' comments, super chats, rumble rants, greatly appreciated. We'll get to all you guys the best we can for talking back. So a lot more coming up. It's the Homeless Left. We'll see you guys back here in a few minutes.
Sailing through the fire, brave souls on board, carrying hope and desire. They try to stop you, but you still break the wave. Freedom Flotilla. The world is watching you say, yeah. They loaded up the ships with food and with aid, risking their lives for the children who starve today. Blockade and the water guns pointed at the chest, but these brave souls said, we're coming! No fear in their chest. Yeah. They call it a threat when you bring milk and bread, while kids are dying from the hunger and the lead. You attack the unarmed, you attack the humane, but every ship you stop just fans the freedom flag. These are the brave souls sailing straight into hell, carrying hope for Gaza, where the innocent fell. Flotilla of the brave! You still break the wave. Freedom Flotilla. The world is watching you save sacred defense. Sacred defense. We see you. We stand with you. Sacred defense.
Okay, here we go, guys. We're moments away from top censored news of the week. I think we're good to go here. Appreciate you guys all tuning in from the various platforms. We are trying Twitch for the first time. It's pretty interesting because I saw some activity on there. We'll check it out after and see if it's still worth doing. But yeah, no, it's first time doing Twitch. Very cool. And we had some people on there. That's great. I mean, literally we just started it like a few hours ago. And so that's great. With that said, let me just line this up. I think we're good. Top censor news of the week. Here we go. Let's get to it. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. Coming in at number 3, Meta reports 8,000 layoffs this month, replacing workers with AI, but in actuality, it's 22,000. Why? How did they get that wrong? That's weird. All right, well, let's check out the story. Here it is. Let's start with this part. This is what's going on in San Francisco right now. If you look up at the billboards, you look up at the street, what type of messaging are you seeing? If you're a person between work, maybe you're on a break at lunch, and you look up and you notice something. This is weird. Stop hiring humans. Huh? What? Oh, yeah. That's the messaging right now in San Francisco. Happening to be where is it? What is the significance? That's where Meta offices are. So this is the messaging technique. This didn't just start. The messages have been getting more and more specific about literally fire your people and hire robots. Hiring robots is obviously a joke because you don't hire robots, you just implement them, and then you don't have to pay anyone ever again. Well, let's hear what happens when Mark Zuckerberg himself has to speak up on this. Well, from San Francisco Chronicle today, the layoffs come as Facebook parent moves thousands of workers into AI-focused teams and ramps up spending on the technology. Well, that's a really mild way of saying it. And at the bottom, the actual headline that they're saying is that Meta cuts 8,000 jobs as Zuckerberg bets the company's future on AI. So that's a very, very, very strongly misleading headline on purpose. We know that this is just this damage control that the San Francisco Chronicle is doing for Zuckerberg. And this is wrong. This isn't the story. Meta will lay off 8,000. No, it's more than that. But even if it was 8,000, their net income over the last 12 months was how much? Over 70 billion? And they could give every single one of their only 79. Now let's keep a perspective here. We're talking about 79,000. 79,000 workers. They're admitting to fire 8,000 of them, and they could give all 79,000 $440,000 bonus and still stock away over $35 billion in profit. And that math actually checks out, except for the fact that Facebook, Meta, Zuckerberg is lying to us when he says 8,000 jobs. It's actually 22. And if you do the math on 22, that's almost 1/3 of the entire staff. 1/3. So they got the number wrong. But first, before we show you the correct number of 22,000, let's hear from the Zuck himself explain from a fake human point of view why this was such a hard thing for him to do. I feel so bad for him.
Up front, that I take full responsibility for this decision. I'm the founder and CEO. I'm responsible for the health of our company.
And I never listen to what other people tell me to do. even when the CIA and FBI meet with me throughout COVID every month and tell me who to censor on my platform, and I listen to them, even though there's not direct orders, they're more like recommendations, but I'm not allowed to not follow the recommendations. So no, I make all my decisions, and I feel really bad. But no, of course we know, we're being sarcastic here. Of course we know that Zuckerberg takes orders from top down, and then his job is to pretend that he was up all night making this decision. And again, he's lying about it only being 8,000. 1/3 of the staff will no longer be part of Facebook by the end of this month, which is coming right up.
For direction and for deciding how we execute that, including things like this. And this was ultimately my call. And it was.
No, it wasn't, but okay. Be the scapegoat on your own thing. No, it wasn't your call. But hey, it makes us feel better. At least we can hate you and not the system, right? We can hate you. We just hate Zuckerberg. He's a douchebag. But the system itself, it would act better. It would act more functional if we just had a guy that made the right decision. But guess what? He had no say in this. The only say he has is in how he spins it. Which he's actually doing, I would say, doing a pretty good job of spinning this. And if you didn't know any better, you'd think that he actually lost sleep before recording this video.
It was one of the hardest calls that I've had to make in the 18 years of running the company. And a lot of why it's hard is, obviously it has a big impact on your lives. But also, for our mission, we're losing people who you've really put your heart and soul into this place, and each of you is talented and passionate,
and we're going to use all your talents while you're long gone, because we've already stolen your talents. We already have them, and we could just have the AI versions of you continue with your quote unquote talents, and we don't need you anymore. And that was always going to happen. That was always the plan. So I don't know what he means by mission statement. Mission statement of what? Of Facebook to be family and community? What are you talking about? Going against? This goes exactly with your mission statement. This is exactly the plan. That's what this is. This isn't all, oh my God, we didn't do the thing that we thought we were going. Oh no, this is exactly the thing that you were going to do.
Each of you has played a role in making Meta the success that it is.
Each of you have played a role in me using you and in taking advantage of you to do the thing we were always going to do, and that is be completely anti-human. That was the whole point. Facebook was always a surveillance mechanism for the U.S. government. Mark Zuckerberg was hand-selected to be the face of this thing. He didn't just come up with a great idea in a dorm room because he wanted to impress a girl. It was hand-selected. It's a company that they had to put off the map that was already a U.S. company, a spyware company that then just manifest into a private company and pretending it was a social media dude that was awkward with chicks and wanted to impress some girl in a dorm room, which is all complete lie. If you see the Facebook movie, Social Network, directed by Aaron Sorkin, you would know that the entire thing, well, you will know now. Go back and watch it and know the entire thing is scripted. It did not happen that way. It's complete effing bullshit. But let's get onto the actual news here. What's the actual news? He can't even be honest about the number of employees that he's actually firing. Meta layoff update. It's actually 22,000, not 8,000. Again, that brings the total to almost 1/3 of the entire staff. We are getting a lot of income questions about the latest with Meta, who are expected to lay off 8,000. And this is happening right now, guys. The people, they haven't even gotten their notices yet. Oh my God. We're still they're waiting desperately, please don't be me. Please don't be me. And this is really bad news. If you are one of these people, and you got to hear it from us first, sorry to break it to you guys. Had to break it to you on Top Censored News because you weren't getting the full story from the San Francisco Chronicle. They weren't. Sorry about that if you were reading San Francisco Chronicle and relying on that for your source of whether you were going to still have a job tomorrow. But here's the thing. It's not just 8,000 cuts. It's 14,000 positions gone right now. 6,000 open roles have been quietly canceled on top of the layoffs. Furthermore, Reuters reported 20% total workforce cuts for 2026. Only half have been announced. So Zuckerberg won't rule out anymore. And if you do the math, that's actually 22,000 cuts for just this for the entire year, done in increments. And so here's the chart, the breakdown where you get the 22,000. They're saying 20% of the staff. It looks like if we're going with 79,000 total, then it's closer to 30%, I would say. But let's take the 20%. And yeah, not good, not good. So unfortunately, you might be given this news sooner than later. And sorry if we had to break it to you first. But that's the fact. And it was always going to happen. And P.S. Bill Gates, or what's his name? What is this guy? Mark Zuckerberg is not going to lose any sleep over this at all. Okay. Coming in at number 2, top censored news of the week. Bill Gates spreads Lyme disease in order to profit off vaccine. That's quite an allegation there, Matt. Can you back it up? That looks like you're just going after Bill Gates without any information or proof or anything. You can't just say that. You can't just say that about Bill Gates. Oh, I can't. All right, well, let's talk this through. What is going on here? Well, the Gates Foundation to institute development of a self-limiting tick for sustainable control of the tropical cattle tick. That's in order to create the Lyme disease through ticks. So this is the investment of the Gates Foundation. They've already spent more than $7.6 million creating genetically modified ticks designed to spread in the wild. Ooh, I can see the maniacal fingers going right now. In 2023, the Gates Foundation awarded Flyter the cash to initiate developments of a self-limiting tick designed to spread and control cattle ticks. Oh boy, are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? So that was already in motion 3 years ago. Well, let's see what Tim Burchett has to say on Joe Rogan recently, because he'll break this down even further for us. Here we go.
Watch that thing.
The tick thing is nuts.
Yeah,
especially
because of meat, because of Gates.
Well, there's
Bill
boxes
Gates,
people
Matt.
are finding. I don't know if this is true because I've seen many reports on it, but I'm just going to say what I saw. That farmers and ranchers are finding boxes of ticks on their property. Now, I don't know if that's fake. I don't know if someone's setting that up to pretend they found these boxes of ticks, but there's videos of these people finding boxes of ticks.
Now, what they'll say is they'll probably say they're sterile ticks and that we're planting them out there so we can diminish the population, is what they'll say. But anytime they try to mess with the balance of nature, it never goes right.
Is that what they're saying this is?
No,
just
get ready.
That's what you
you're
think?
getting it right here.
I don't believe you have a right to go to someone's property and drop off sterile ticks.
No way in hell.
That's crazy either way. But I have a good friend of mine who got bit by the Lone Star tick and has that alpha gal problem.
Yeah, a guy came out of my house yesterday looking at putting gutters up at our house. And he said, and I said, you did what? He goes, yeah, I can't eat anything, any meat produced by a mammal.
Yes.
I was like,
yeah. So my buddy, he had it, and my friend Evan, so he had it for a little while, and then he did a bunch of treatments and got off of it and then started eating steak again. And he was fine for about a year and a half, and then it came back stronger than ever. And he just can't shake it.
It's been around that long.
Oh, yeah. He can only eat eggs. I mean, he's basically eating eggs and vegetables. That's all he's eating. And every time he tries to deviate, he has a horrible reaction. It makes, for people that don't know, it makes your body allergic to red meat.
Right. And who has got genetically made meat now?
Yeah. Bill Gates.
Bill Gates.
There it is. There it is. Okay. So with that said, well, here's a little warning. Here's a little warning. So you guys just know your parasites. Here's what a deer tick looks like. Here's what a dog tick looks like. Here's what a lunatic looks like. Get it? Lunatic. Do I have to spell it out? You guys get it. You guys get it. There it is. That's the worst tick of all, the lunatic. Okay. So let's go further. So that reveal on Rogan, we know millions of people listening to Rogan are going to look into this. Let's go a little deeper with this from Wall Street Apes. Wall Street Apes has been good on some things, not so good on other things. But that's okay. I think they got this one right. So, that was Congressman Tim Burchett who went on Rogan and basically called Bill Gates out on that podcast for the purposeful, not accidental, purposeful increase in ticks. Now we have a whistleblower who says pilots are being paid to drop ticks by aircraft. What? This matches accounts in America of tick boxes being found, which is what they were just discussing on Rogan. This is totally checks out here. So here's the thing. So the Gates Foundation, they funded a biotech firm called Oxitec for research on genetically modifying cattle ticks. The farmers claim to be funding boxes of ticks on their properties. Lyme disease cases are skyrocketing right at the time when and here it is. The Lyme disease vaccine is actively in the works. Of course it is. So without the ticks, they can't. What? Come on, class. You know the saying. Without the ticks, they can't sell their vaccines. Exactly. You got it. You'll never guess who's making it. Oh, of course we will. Pfizer and Valneva. Wow. Okay. Well, here's a little breakdown about the pilot whistleblowers. This is great, guys. This is real investigative journalism going on here.
Post, and I'm going to put it directly on the screen, and I'm going to read it word for word. It says this, quote, I work for a private charter company in Ontario, Canada. The company handles booking and chartering flights across Ontario mainly. We are paid to spread ticks by air. It happens twice a year, early spring and early fall. This year, we've been hired to do it earlier. The company receives the ticks in boxes. Each box contains millions of ticks. The aircraft used are generally single or dual prop aircraft, single pilot, and one other passenger that handles the dispersal. It pays a lot, and I mean a lot. Generally, the ticks are dispersed in several specific regions in Ontario, and it's always the same regions each and every year, thus far. Last spring, the ticks dispersed were mostly American dog ticks. This year, they are all deer ticks, supposedly specifically bred to withstand cold temperatures, end quote. So that post was from March 16th, 2 weeks before Snopes said that this story originated. All right. And it's pretty interesting. Here we have a whistleblower saying that they are paid to disperse ticks across Canada. Now, this sounds eerily familiar to what we're hearing about these boxes of ticks that are being found. And it begs the question, was this person telling the truth?
Maybe they were all lying, but I think we have enough to go on here, and all you got to do is follow the money. And yes, for sure, Bill Gates is purposely getting these ticks out there, knowing that they cause Lyme disease as the vaccine is getting made. And of course, as we know his history, he's most likely going to be profiting off of this vaccine. So there you go. And you can, go ahead and sue me if you think that this is out of left field and we have nothing going. But no, whistleblowers generally don't come out like this unless. And by the way, there's multiple reports of these tick boxes out there. And again, follow the money, guys. All you got to do is follow the money. That Gates Foundation, and what are they getting involved with? Anything that they're investing in is suspect to what is the thing they're going to release on us next. So there you go on the number 2 story. Okay, finishing it off. Let's go out with a bang here, guys. Top censored news of the week coming in at number 1. Total media blackout on the new COVID vax child death count study, which concluded that 24% of 39,000 victims, child victims, who are no longer alive, not because they died of old age. Well, they died within 48 hours of getting the jibbity jab. So that's the blackout is happening at the same time. Published studies of the vax, of other studies, other looking at cancers and other studies that we've covered on the show, those are in real time being redacted. So you've had them published and now they're being taken away. So let's walk this one through, starting with some of the stuff that has been redacted. Here we go. And we covered this at the time when this happened. This is from Nicholas Hulsher. Our landmark autopsy study, which we covered, found that 73.9% of deaths following COVID vaccination were caused by the shots. So that entire study has been illegally retracted just after becoming the #1 most read scientific paper in the world. In the world! It's time to invoke the RICO Act against the journal cartel. And there certainly is a journal cartel. We established a causal link between COVID shots and death, warranting an immediate FDA Class 1 recall. Most died within a week of vaccination, primarily from heart damage, brain clots, and multi-organ failure. Here's the breakdown of what happened.
#1 most accessed research paper in the world. And then a week later, it was illegally retracted. I was also warned that I would have no career if I continued to do that research. A systematic review of autopsy findings and deaths after the vaccine took a few months to scavenge the entire literature for these autopsy cases, and there was 325 of them. We proved a causal link between the COVID vaccines and death. These individuals, most of them died within a week of the shot, and they died of sudden death, sudden cardiac arrest, pulmonary embolism, strokes, myocarditis, and multi-organ failure. We concluded that 73.9% of these deaths with the autopsies were due to the vaccine. It was published in Forensic Science International. It was there for about 2 weeks. It became the #1 most accessed research paper in the world, according to the Observatory of International Research. And then a week later, it was illegally retracted. And then it was published a second time after another round of peer review in another journal. And so I presented that at University of Michigan. All the professors, many professors, they wouldn't even look at me during my presentation. They would walk right past me, pretend I didn't exist. But I was also warned by some professors that I would have no career if I continued to do that research.
And he's one of the few that's been on this the whole way. And we've been covering these studies as they've come up. And they always either make Top Censored News or they make our We Know It, It's Not segment. As you guys know, we've been doing for several months, years now, I guess you could say. But let's see the next part of this story. It actually gets much worse, so much worse. And we know Ron Johnson's been one of the champions of the Maher, what's left of Maher. Jay Scott says there is no more Maher. I tend to agree to a point. But yes, Ron Johnson, he released a new study on pediatric deaths. So this is after this one that got redacted. So it was caused by the vax. The CDC reported that 80% or higher of COVID-19 vaccine adverse events, hospitalizations, and death, all of those different outcomes occurred within 2 weeks of getting vaccinated. But after the CDC did not consider, so this is very important, those you guys who don't know this, that this was one of the con jobs that was done on purpose. The way they were able to say somebody dying was considered unvaccinated was because they didn't consider you vaccinated until 14 days after the second dose. You guys remember that? You were not considered vaccinated, and you thought they did that because they were protecting you, and they were protecting small businesses and restaurants that managed to somehow stay open after they got shut down for 2 years. You thought they were protecting them. You thought that they cared about us. And that's why they didn't want you to be counted as vaccinated until 14 days. No, the reason they did that is because they knew that the people that dropped dead during that time or hospitalized during that time were going to be counted as unvaccinated, which only helps their case that it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. That was the whole point. And then not have accountability for the direct, obvious effects of the thing you just did that caused you to end up in the hospital or 6 feet freaking under. So the majority of people in this study had died, 80% of them or more had died before that 2-week mark. So by our state record, by our federal record, they were listed as unvaccinated even though they weren't. So you understand what that means. It means that far more people and children, and this is the children, there's specifically pediatric deaths, specifically looking at the children deaths. It means that far more of them died because of the jabs. And it also means that they went out of their way to not let you know that on purpose. It wasn't an accident. it was on purpose. Here's Ron Johnson filling you in on some of the stuff that came from the study, which the media is blacking out on purpose, obviously.
Like you on Capitol Hill, we would just be in the dark all the time. Tell me about this report and how concerning it is to you, because if it's 10, what's the real number?
Yeah, my main concern is it dramatically understates the problem here. In any of these analyses, you're going to have doctors doing the analysis. And by the way, it's very difficult to get autopsies during the pandemic. Medical professors didn't want to know. So there are very few autopsies. So the NIH or CDC, FDA reviewed 96 autopsies of children and came up with about 10 they thought were possible or probable. Now, from my standpoint, when you look at the data, it was safety signals were screaming at you. Best way to describe this is currently on VAERS, you have almost 1.7 million total adverse events. You have 39,000 deaths. These are worldwide figures. Of the 39,000 deaths, 24% occurred on the day of vaccination or within 1 or 2 days. So the FDA officials always say, well, yeah, but VAERS doesn't prove causation, and that's true. But again, if you were perfectly healthy and you went and got a jab and you died that day or within 1 or 2 days, I know what I would be blaming.
Come on, Ron. We know what it's not. Come on. Oh, wait, that's the wrong segment. But come on. Why are you assuming that? It's totally normal for young people to drop dead after a routine visit to their doctor or to their Rite Aid store, right? You could go to Rite Aid and get your little jibbity jab. Totally normal to end up in the hospital or 6 feet under. But continue. But we know what it's not, right, Ron? We know.
Now, there may be cases where people were in bad health anyway, and that just tipped them over, and really the cause of death was something else. But the bigger revelation, Steve, was what we unveiled 3 weeks ago, which is still not being covered by the mainstream media. And that is that on March 1st of 2021, Peter Marks, the head of CBER, the division within FDA that approves vaccines and then surveils the safety of them after approval, was briefed that their algorithm that analyzed the VAERS safety system was going to hide and mask safety signals. 26 days later, he had a data run on a new algorithm that unmasked. They had 49 cases of extreme masking revealed, 25 safety signals, including sudden cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, Bell's palsy, different types of strokes. Next 3 months, they got similar type of data runs with the new algorithm, showing more safety signals, more different types of sudden death. They didn't pin a badge on Dr. Anna Scharsman, who's the data mining expert that showed them this. They shunned her off to the side. They ordered her to cease and desist, and they decided to use the algorithm that they knew that they were warned was going to hide safety signals, and they're clinging to that to this day. Peter Marks has gone off to work for Eli Lilly, and the entire world is in the state of denial, basically. The COVID cartel remains as powerful as it always was. I cannot get the story broadcast. I cannot get an interview on CBS, ABC, NBC, PBS, MS Now, CNN. I challenged Jake Tapper. I was on a show, want to talk about something else. I said, Jake, I really want to talk about this. I'm going to send you the report. Read it. Have me on. Haven't been invited back yet.
I knew it. We called that last week, man. We called that shit last week. We saw Ron Johnson. He got put on. Jake Tapper allowed him on CNN for what? For his opinion on the COVID whistleblower. And what was the COVID whistleblower doing? He was announcing that Fauci had secretly tried to stop the lab leak theory from getting out. Duh. Oh, that's really great journalism. And we covered that. We said, hey, this whistleblower is saying it on the record. So naturally, CNN was like, oh, it's safe to say this now. We can have Ron Johnson come on, and we can have Ron Johnson tell the audience at CNN, and it'll make us look like we care about getting the story right, because it looks like Fauci was being dishonest with us. So Ron, tell us about that. And Ron Johnson was like, oh yeah, no, we already knew that. But let's look at these COVID vaccine situations and the studies. And he started telling him about these studies. And then Jake Tapper was like, I don't know what's going on here. And then Ron Johnson even thanked him afterwards on Twitter and said, thank you for having me on and at least giving me a second to talk about that. And of course, there was no reply. And here we are, fast forward 1 week later. And guess what? CNN stopped all communications with Ron Johnson. So you guys understand the mechanism in place to silence these numbers at all costs. Silence all of this at all costs. You can throw Fauci under the bus and say he was trying to weasel out of the gain of function thing. That's just the very, very tip of the iceberg on this story. And so don't think that for a second that because we're allowed to say it was a lab leak and not a China virus, then all of us, then that we've made any progress at all. That we're allowed to say that Fauci paid people off to change their reports about whether it was natural or a lab leak. But we're never going to have this discussion. And we certainly aren't going to be talking about whether it was leaked on purpose. We won't even call it a leak. The weapon that we all experienced was not COVID. The weapon was the vaccine to COVID. And that is why we have to cover this here, because they ain't going to do it on mainstream media. Their job is to not do it. And worse, to blacklist, blackball, take off actual studies, and not invite people back on who got one little soundbite in on their channel. And that's why we have to do top censored news of the week. All right, that should do it for that one. Okay. And we'll edit it right there. You guys know how we do it. We'll throw the segments up. You guys can watch the whole top censored news. We'll have that. We usually get that one up first. We'll throw that one up tomorrow morning. And you guys are welcome to share this one out. I think this was a good one. And we appreciate all you guys' super chats. So let's go ahead and do this because we do have one more segment to do. But first, before we do the final segment, which is the loudest voice of the week, before we get to that, let's get to you. And you guys know I don't like doing this all the time on my own. I love it when Leslie's able to do it with us. She can't be here again today. We know why. The road through recovery of the family tragedy, losing her father. We know that this is something that it takes time. It takes time, and we appreciate all your guys' support and outreach. She appreciates it, and we just got to take it one day at a time. We have to take it one day at a time. And that's how it's got to be, guys. I know you're dealing with all your own trauma and turmoil in your lives. And we just hope that by us being here when we can, whether it's twice a week, once a week, or if we have to skip an entire week, which we have to do sometimes. And we hope you guys know that we're doing our best to show up, because we have to show up if we can. And we have to do this work for those who can't. And that's we're here to represent everyone who doesn't have a voice, or people who do have a voice but need the backup. If you guys feel like you need backup sometimes, that's another reason we're here. If you need to have these little cards up your sleeve of little segments that we have that we put together for you guys, you can whip them out. You can show them to people and say, hey, did you guys know this? And get that conversation going, because conversations are where it starts. Any sort of burnt bridges or fallouts, uninviting to dinner tables, whether it was COVID Christmas or whatever, if you were uninvited and you were no longer allowed to talk and have relationships with friends or family members, now might be a way. This might be a time, especially even if you're dealing with family tragedy yourself. Maybe that's a time people actually want to reflect and reconnect. You'd be surprised how many people reach out to you who you thought we'd never talk again because you voted for the wrong person, right? You didn't. Any vote not for Kamala is a vote for Trump. If you guys ever have to deal with that shit, we had to deal with that. It's so interesting that people are all of a sudden, when tragedy strikes, all of a sudden, they want to reach out again. So you'll find that, and you can decide whether you want to engage with that person again or not. And if you do, we hope that you're able to come with a clear head and bring it to the table, bring the thing. Don't back down. Say, this is what you be consistent. You have principle. They can be wishy-washy and be all over the place and pretend that they didn't, come at you 5 years ago or 2 years ago or 1 year ago, whenever the fallout occurred for you. But you stay strong with your principle. That's what we have to do together. And that's why, again, another reason we do this show. So we'll continue coming back and doing this however we can, whenever we can. Okay. With that said, let's get to you guys right now. I'm going to wing it today. We'll see if we can do it. Okay, here we go. It's time for Talking Back. It's Talking Back with Matt today. Thank you guys all for your engagement on today's show. We're talking about what? Welcome to Israel, for sure. We got the Massie election that did not go the way it should have, but it went the way we kind of knew it would, which is totally captured and corrupt by the Israel wing of the government, not just the Republican side, but the Democrat side too, and everybody's protecting it, as we know. We spoke about third parties. We weren't able to have that discussion with Butch Ware, but we will let you know when that occurs again. But we have no problem talking to you guys about third-party politics, because that's why we're here. We're standing up to the two-party duopoly. That's another part of what we do in this space. We had the Bill Gates Lyme disease. That was part of the top censored news, along with some more COVID information, COVID vaccine injuries information being deliberately silenced. Yet again, not a shock. Ben Gvir Taunting Flotilla, aid hostages. Yes, that did happen. We had Jay Scott on and Craig Pasta on as well. And, those were some great conversations. But I think ultimately it's good to put out to you guys that we are happy to say that we've been here for 3 years. And we can't do this without you. This is our 3 years we've been on Rumble. We started as just a small little idea. Let's see what happens if. Back in 2023. Let's see what happens if. It was right after the Rage Against the War Machine rally, well before October 11th. So we are, I'm sorry, October 7th, well before October 7th. We were not realizing fully what we were up against, as far as that we knew the big pharma machine was big. We knew that the military industrial complex and the censorship industrial complex were big things that we were going to be fighting. We didn't fully understand the Zionist entity that was going to be part of that censorship machine, part of that disinformation campaign and smearing of us and everybody around us, and people pretending they're anti-war when they're actually just pro-Israel, greater Israel project. So all that's been learned. We've come a long way. We want to thank you guys for being part of our journey. 3-year mark. Let's keep going, guys. So with that said, thank you guys all for the super chats. And we know a couple Rumble rants came in. Also, we had Due Dissidents do a Rumble raid. So we love that. You guys that come in from Due Dissidents. Very cool. Welcome all. Let's get to some of the stuff you guys had to say today. I'll put up a couple of these super chats we didn't get to earlier. Citizen, we love you, Citizen. Thank you so much for all your super chats. Antiseptic. And I think getting that antiseptic comes from Jake GTV, friend of the show. It's a nice little way to not necessarily trick the algorithm, but just kind of show you that we can say whatever we want. But you know that we know what we're saying is not exactly antiseptic, but that's what we say. Anyways, okay. Antiseptic equals human nature. People hate bullies. Exactly. Can't get any. That's as best we can describe it. This is the best we can describe it. So all the dancing around, pretending that when you have critique on bully behavior, that you have some sort of racist tendencies against Jews is absolutely insane. People just hate bullies. They hate genocides. Guess what else people hate? They hate genocides, right? They hate annexing of land. They hate apartheid states. They hate ethno states. They hate people capturing media and then pretending they don't own it. We hate people getting deplatformed. We hate the fact that a foreign country we are not allowed to criticize, but we can criticize our own country. We hate all this stuff. We hate that a foreign country that's supposed to be our greatest ally pretends that they have to surveillance us and protect us from ourselves, when all they're doing out loud and telling us is that they're policing us and our social media and our podcasts right now and our journalism right now. And they're policing us with their technology, with their AI technology, whether it's Palantir or any of the other Oracle, any other devices they use to surveillance us and call us out so they can punish us and make examples of us because we're the enemy. Yeah, people hate that too. People hate that too. So once again, thank you so much, Citizen. Let me get to a couple of these other ones. Yeah. And we appreciated this during Top Censor News. Thanks, Chris, for all the super chats that came in. We love all that. Very cool. Very cool. Love the use of emojis here. And of course, and this is just nice to have this just because Donald Duck's mom. We appreciate you. Thanks for the super chat. And then of course, the Rumble rant. I think we got this one from earlier. This is Scooby. This is S Scooby for Rumble rant. An actual U.S.-Iran agreement is happening. Poor Cuba. We covered that early on our breaking news. We're not holding our breath on that deal. We are not holding our breath, but it does look like that our Iranian media did report some sort of progress of some sort of what we call in Hollywood, we call it a deal memo that was negotiated with a third-party Pakistan mediator. I don't know if there was a U.S. rep there, but they certainly seem to have come up with something that might go into effect a week from today. But it has to be announced by both parties. We discovered that earlier. So we'll see. We'll see. We're not holding our breath. We're skeptically optimistic. That's the best we can say. That's the best we can say. All right, let's get on to some of the other comments from you guys from the show earlier. Let's see. Oh man, you guys have a lot of good stuff to say. Let's see if I can I'm going to try and get some good ones on here, guys. And please forgive me if I don't get all of them. I'm not going to really get to all of them. Here we go. Oh, Citizen, why do you got to be so what do you call it? Vulgar? Although I do like the use of the at symbol in both cases. One's more accurate than the other. The other one should have just been a U and a C. So just want to give you a spelling correction on your first at symbol. It would be UC. I think you meant to write. So just to clarify that. Thank you for that, though. And well, it turns out that Butch Ware did not have time for either of us. Got time? No, he does not have time. We have to reschedule with him. So hey, you know what? You can't fault a guy for. I mean, I would have appreciated an earlier notice about it, not 2 minutes before we were going. But it's election time, and you have to understand people are going to be back-to-backing these things. And he actually they gave me 15 minutes with him, so we will hold them to it. We will get our 15 minutes with Butch Ware. But I'm they didn't have to even respond in the first place. So there's a at least we're able to have that conversation for sure. And I'm sure there's other podcasts they haven't responded to for him. So I'm sure that's very true. And that they do have to pick and choose. So I guess we should feel extra special that we even got on the calendar, even though they had to reschedule. Okay. This is very true. Thank you for this one. Kiwi Corner. Thomas Massie is a true United States USA statesman. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see what else we have here. We got and this comes in so late. This is the raid we're talking about. We don't get to see. I have to go check the stream. I don't know why. If StreamYard could work this out and we could see this earlier, that would be awesome. We could just throw it right up when it happens. But it doesn't come up on our screen. It's totally delayed, and I effing hate that. I want to welcome you guys when you come in. I don't want to find out about it after the fact, right? So there it is. Let's see. We got here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Mary Ploppins, thanks for tuning in. My good friend up the street is heading to China tomorrow. So envious. Yeah, us too. That would be a great experience. I'd love to experience all there. We have our surveillance state is so much in place. People they think China's all the surveillance state. It's like, guys, at least you can see their cameras. They're like right in your freaking face. And they text you when they get you on a ticket. Like here, it's so low key, like you don't even know they're on your ass here. So at least China will show you exactly how and where and when they surveillance you, because it doesn't seem like they're as secretive about that stuff. But who knows? I don't know. What do I know? But hey, one thing we can't argue is their subways are clean and they don't have a homeless problem. That's nice. And their roads are nice. That's nice. That would be cool if we could figure out how to do that. And this is right. YouTube must be a big thought crime purge lately, given how many are complaining about it. We have no idea what's going on. Thank you for that. Yeah, S. Scooby again. Thank you. I just don't, honestly, guys, I don't know what to make of it. I'm trying to learn about it. I don't know what the mechanism is. In a weird, strange way, it was at least easier to know what was going on when you used to get a notice from YouTube that would tell you you have a strike, and then you could go look at the strike and see what did we do wrong. It was all bullshit, but at least you knew what they were attempting to tell you that they were doing to you when they would give you it was called a medical misinformation strike. So we had 3 of those. One you get to have as a freebie, and then 2 more. And they said the next one you get, your channel's gone. And it was only until that last one where they didn't have to tell us what it was. But up until then, they would tell us exactly the time code and the thing. And then we go, and then we would challenge it, and then they wouldn't listen to us. But we were right. We would say there's nothing about that's accurate of any sort of misinformation. You're just lying. They're lying to us. So I guess in a weird way, it was better when they would just lie to our face, and we can say, and then we could show people. I was thinking, why is this so much harder now to not know why our numbers go up and down? What is this? Why do we have a load of super chats and then nobody commenting in the video after? Why do we go up to 117,000 views and then we go back, then we go down to 2,000, and then we're back up to 40, and then we're down to 1, and then I don't know. They won't send us a notice to tell us. They won't lie to us on purpose. They're just the shadow banning is, this shit's hard, man. We don't know. And if we could figure out what it was, then it'd be easier for us to solve the problem if we knew what it was. And they count on us not knowing what it is, so we can't actually solve the problem. So I wonder what the problem is. Oh, thank you, Mouse SF. Happy anniversary, THL. 3 full freaking years. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. All right, let's see what else we're out here. We have a lot of people were counting on that interview. A lot of people were counting on that interview. We'll just have to let you know when we actually can do it. I hope we can do it soon. I hope we can do it by Sunday, Monday. That'd be great. We can we'll either put it out as a special for you guys, throw it up on Twitter, or just tag it onto our next show on Tuesday or Thursday. We'll figure it out. But certainly before the June 2nd primary election here in California, we'll certainly get the Butch Ware interview that we are owed now. I guess officially we're owed the interview at this point. All right, what else here? We have... This is a great question, pulling the strings. Thanks for tuning in. What is the point of any deal that doesn't name Israel or them being signatory to the deal or asked to do a darn thing or damn thing or what the F? Great point. Great freaking point, pulling the strings. Thank you. This is a huge part of this. If you're not talking about Israel, then what are you talking about? They're part of this. They make decisions on their own, as they claim. We make decisions on our own. We work together. We don't work together. They can bomb indiscriminately at Iran the same way we can bomb. So what deal is Pakistan negotiating on our behalf, but not including Israel in any of it, whether it has to do with the sanctioning or the indiscriminate bombing or what does a ceasefire look like? Who's negotiating on our behalf and not including Israel in the ceasefire that's going to happen, or just any sort of breaking the laws of international laws, right? Which is in the deal, or it's not a deal. It's like a deal memo. So why isn't Israel mentioned? Great question. Thanks for putting that out there. I think it really goes to show that the whole thing is it's a theater piece. We're not going to get a deal. We're not going to get a deal. Oh, let's see. We got some other okay. Here we go. Okay. Okay, we'll do a few more here. Oh yeah, this is the backup Jay. Maher is completely dead. I was willing to say like it's on 5% life support, but what are we arguing about at this point? It's not anything that we were told it was going to be. Not anything like that. All right, here we go. We have the AI battle, the battle of the AI programs. I'm only familiar with cloud at the cloud one. I think was the one in the simulation or the test, the 15-day test of all the different programs. That was the only one that didn't either kill itself or kill someone else or burn the whole town down. So, that's something, I guess. Lesser of four evils, maybe, is what they might say. Yeah, and we saw the suicidal AI would go out like he would kill. It killed its other partner and then killed itself. I mean, that literally happened in the stimulation. It literally happened like that. That's nuts. That's nuts. Okay, we'll do a few more here, and then we'll get to the last. We got one more story for you guys. We'll get to it. I love this one. Bill of Digital Rights. Yep. What else we got here? We have. Yeah, we were talking about Michael Jackson. Of course, Donald Duck's mom. Of course, Michael was innocent. We know this, and this is why we're really this Michael movie's great. It's the first half of his life. It's not getting into this stuff, and I hope that if there's a Michael 2, I just know it's going to be bad. We just quit where we're ahead. Just end the movie. Don't do a sequel. I'm going to say that right now. Don't do a freaking sequel. You're going to piss so much of us off if you try to attempt to show on the big screen what happened in the 90s after, because the movie ends, the movie that you guys can go see. And it's a great film. I think, overall, I give it a great score. It ends right when the Bad album comes out, right before the allegations started in the early 90s, before Dangerous album, I think 1992, 93. I think that's when you had those allegations. So the movie ends before that. And it should just end. There's no way they're going to allow the actual story to be told after that. It's just not going to be. They're not going to allow it. And you're not going to see any mention of the Palestine stuff. You're not going to see any mention of Michael pleading that they're trying to kill me. Who's they? The people that are controlling his music and not letting him release a song called a prayer for Palestine. Pray for Palestine, which he wrote on a napkin. And he wasn't allowed to record it with Sony. That won't be. That will not be a Michael 2 with that. That will not be in there, and that's why I don't want them. I don't want there to be a Michael 2. I'm gonna have a hard time. I'm gonna have a hard time with that if that comes out. So let's just end the film at bad and just call it a day. Let's just do that. Yeah, it's kind of like those Diana biopics. You guys remember all the Princess Diana, which are designed to make you think that they're getting to the bottom of it, and they're going to show you what happened, what really happened, and what it was like to be this person. And then they deliberately leave out that the Princess Diana was a Palestine activist, and that they couldn't have that. That was she was exactly like Michael Jackson, and it happened to her first. I'm sorry. They started the assassination, the character assassination on him, and then ended up killing him later. So obviously Diana died first, but they didn't do a character assassination. They just made it up that it was paparazzi in a tunnel, 1997. So you had Michael Jackson having to go through these horrible allegations, and then 93. Fast forward 4 years, and you have Diana, this random paparazzi caused death. But now you look at these films, they're doing these biopics, and they're just you're intentionally leaving out those things. Why? If you actually think a paparazzi killed her, if you actually think that Michael Jackson's doctor just overdosed him, and if you think those things, then show us the other stuff. Show us Diana was a activist for Palestine. Show it to us. If you don't show it to us, then we know that you're being dishonest. If Michael 2 comes out, and I'm just saying it that there's a lot of talk about it. If Michael 2 comes out, and of course there won't be any mention of Pray for Palestine, will not be in the film. I guarantee you. There's a reason that's not in, because they know that they can't have it in there because it's going to get too many people asking freaking questions. There you go. And that's how it works. That's how the storytelling operation works here in Hollywood, which we call Hollywood, right? We didn't do a Hollywood this week, but we'll probably do one next. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, okay. 2 more, and then we're gonna do our last segment of the day. Okay. Great. Trump is not the problem. They all are. Can we anticipate that the Democratic Party is gonna try this bullshit on us? They're gonna try and get everybody. Trump was the problem. Let's bring in the next face of the operation. Don't fall for this shit. They all are the problem, guys. How many times do we have to tell you? They're handpicked every 4 years and everybody in between to make you think that they're making up, that our team is making up for the disaster of the other team. Or our guy is making up for the disaster of the other guy. So that don't fall for it again. When you say, I'm done with this party that you've been part of, don't come back to it. And for God's sake, don't go join the other one. When you say I'm done, be done. If you remember the Democrats screwed us so bad in those 4 years with Biden, do not fall for this again. You didn't vote for Kamala for a reason. Do not take this time with Trump and make that a reason to give them another try. Don't fall for that. Do not fall for that. Okay. We'll say this to you over and over again. It's not the last time we're going to be saying this to you guys. We'll do one more, and I'll throw some more up near the end of the show, guys. Oh man, there's a lot of great comments here. Oh, Kelly Lane, yes, thanks, friend of the show. Democrats are hypocrites, exactly, Matt. Thank you. Okay. It's a race to the bottom. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, let's not forget Russiagate, Kelly. Absolutely. Let's not forget Russiagate. There's zero evidence for it. That was another scam by the Democrats. Yes. All of that's true. And this is why I point this out. It distracting with Trump bashing. And that's I'm going to defend my co-host here because I understand like it may seem like it's a purposeful distraction, but it's not. He was just trying to hold Trump accountable for exactly what he's doing. But I think I made a good case, and we had a great discussion about this during that segment. We have to know who we're talking to and what we're putting out there. And if we just limit the conversation to the thing that we're looking at, which is you can say, hey, look at the corruption of this family. We've never seen any family this corrupt ever. Okay, that's true. But let's also be clear that we have to keep a perspective, because if we don't include the corruption of Biden's family is the reason why people left the Democratic Party. And a lot of people voted for Trump because they felt backstabbed by Hunter Biden and the Burisma stuff and the laptop and the protection from the media and all that stuff. And Russiagate, which was fake, and all these things. The felony charges were all fake. The January 6th was fake. It's all fake. So let's not forget that part of the story. Otherwise, yeah, it's not a good look to give the Democrats ammo to take right back to their base and say, we told you so. Kamala would have been much better. No, we're not going to let them do that. We're not falling for that shit. It's not going to happen. Okay. One more, and then we'll go, because I see a lot of good ones here near the end here. Let's see what we got. Oh, this is a nice 1-2 punch from Nancy. I want to see all the Dems and Republicans strung up. I want our money back from all of them. And Stump came in and said, yeah, I want my 40 trillion back collectively. And we'll end on that. Guess what? We're not getting it back. But it's good to have timestamps on this and never forget, right? Someone once famously said, never forget. And we're never going to forget about the money laundering, the $2 trillion missing from the Pentagon on September 10th, 2001. We're never going to forget about the fucked up CARES Act that Bernie and AOC said, it's horrible, it's horrible. The CARES Act of March 2020, which was the biggest upward transfer of wealth in human history, $5 trillion unaccounted for. Oh, boo-hoo, it's so bad, but Bernie and AOC voted for it anyways. They all voted for it. We're not going to forget. We're not going to forget. So as they say, as our greatest allies in the world love to tell us, and as our textbooks owned by freaking Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, who owns our textbooks to tell us never forget, never forget, never forget. Guess what? We're never going to forget. You owe us that money back, bitch. And we're gonna hold you to it. Although I know we're never getting it, but we will never forget. Okay, that's talking back for today. Okay. Yeah, sometimes we get a little wild up there, huh? Okay, I think we're not going to take a break. We're just going to go to the last segment because I want to get out of here, and I know you guys do too. And of course, we're heading to the last third of the 5th hour to hit the 5th hour mark. And we always do this. God, why do we always do this? I swear I'm going to get the show down to 4 hours one of these times. We should be under 4 hours. That should be the goal. But whatever. Okay, doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. Let's go ahead and get to loudest voice of the week. This will be a fun one. We get creative with this sometimes. It's not always so cut and dry of literal loudest voice. Sometimes it's figuratively the loudest voice. And I think this one will qualify as the latter in this case. So the figurative loudest voice of the week coming right up. Here we go. You guys know we'll put the jingle out first. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. This week, we're going to look at what wasn't said or what a silence could mean when we talk about loudest voice, because certain times we expect to hear a noise, a voice. And then when we don't get the voice, that then in and of itself becomes the loudest voice, not hearing it. And what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about the audience members in the Bill Maher show. And we're talking about Real Time with Bill Maher on HBO, which still is on. I can't believe the show is still on. They shoot it right here in LA. And it's absolutely horrible how far Bill Maher has sunk in his Zionist psychopath, I'm an atheist, but I will defend Israel at all costs maniac who now defends Trump more than he ever he never defended Trump the first go around. It's insane. And I'm not going to say Bill Maher went all right wing. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a protection of power and a beatdown on people that have a problem with it. And it's no different than Bill Maher's always been, because he has a history of throwing audience out of his audience. He's done it since 9/11. When people wanted to say reinvestigate 9/11, he threw you out of the audience if you piped up, if you had a problem with the official story. So that's who Bill Maher is. He's a protector of the official story. And right now, more than ever, they need him to be about Israel more than ever. And make no mistake, this story was a big reveal for those of us who are paying attention. Let's start, however, with the part of the story where they won't tell you about the audience. And then we're going to get to the audience later. This is what Israeli media is printing on this. And if you are in Israel or a Zionist anywhere in the world and you're reading this garbage and you don't actually watch the thing. But I actually think if you watch it too, you could be totally convinced that this looked really, really good for Bill Maher, because this author of this story wanted you to know that Bill Maher was the hero of the story. But we know that he wasn't. It actually, and you guys are going to see what I'm talking about here. So let's start with the headline. Bill Maher deserves praise, not gratitude, for telling the truth about Israel. So this author wants you to know that those are the only two options here: praise or gratitude. And we'll get to this. So Jews shouldn't need to treat intellectual honesty as heroism, nor does it behoove us to grab any morsel of sympathy with a hunger of a hostage. Okay, well, what do they mean by this? Well, this person, Ruthie Bloom, JNS, Ruthie Bloom, tells us that in his typical style of dry humor, Bill Maher marked the 78th anniversary of Israel's Declaration of Independence with a hard-hitting, what a thing to be celebrating. Declaration of Independence in Israel. Wow. As if there's a celebration. Wow. Okay. We know about the Nakba, and they just want to. Okay, fine, whatever. Your Declaration of Independence. Okay, so a hard-hitting monologue that promptly went viral. It went viral because of the audience. I'll get to that in a second. But so in this case, to say, so during the segment, and this is what he does at the end of the show, he does a little new rules. It's called New Rules. I can't believe we used to watch this shit back in the day. So he said in New Rules, everyone must either wish the Jewish state a happy birthday or admit they're anti-Semitic. Is he freaking serious here? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. You could not get away with saying that about anything else, ever, about anything. You have to praise a country or admit that you're racist. Huh? Wait, what? Isn't that enough? Should we just end here and just say, are you freaking kidding me? What are you talking? Why would I read any more of this article? You make no freaking sense. I can't criticize a government or a country, or I'm racist against the people in it, even though you pretend it's a democracy. You're saying the country is affiliated with Jews, which means I hate Jews if I have a problem with your military occupation and annihilation of other people and the annexing of land and all and the turning Gaza into a parking lot and ethnic cleansing and all that. Okay, go on. So here's a little dig at Mandani, who openly mourned the Nakba. Of course, because the Nakba is the thing we are supposed to be celebrating every year. Not the Declaration of Independence, but the Nakba. That's what you should be celebrating. That's to mourn all of the victims of Israel annexing and stripping houses and land and burning and murdering and raping and pillaging and annexing, right? Multiple Palestinian neighborhoods and families and murdering people. That's, of course, we're going to be openly mourning that. That's the least that Mamdani can do. Okay. So the quotes on catastrophic establishment of Israel, which it is, so you don't have to quote it, or air quote it like it's some exaggeration. It is a complete catastrophic event to have that establishment of Israel. Perfectly fits the latter label. Nevertheless, he went on to let the likes of New York City's mayor have it. Oh, did he? Now it's everyone's right in a free country to be anti-Semitic, he said. But enough with hiding behind Israel or Zionism or Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. If you think, as so many do now, that when it comes to human rights, Israel is the monster country of all time, you either don't read or you don't care about your own hypocrisy, because there are so many worse places. But that's where we are these days. No Jews, no news. That's insane. That his assessment of today's media is that you don't get coverage unless you're hating on Jews, that is completely wrong. There's been an absolute blackout of critique of Israel. And he says Jews, but we're talking Israel. That's what we're talking about here. So the fact that there's so many people globally having this critique, he can't handle it. So he has to pretend that the media is pushing that when the media actually protects people like him, not people who are critiquing it. That's so he's got that completely backwards on purpose. So it was an 8-minute monologue. We're going to show you a clip of it. We're not going to show you the whole 8 minutes. But it was probably the worst monologue I've ever heard Bill Maher deliver, ever. Like, without exception, because every single second of it was absolutely disgusting. However, of course, you can see how if you are a Zionist, you're going to think it was the greatest thing you've ever heard. So he's in the monologue, he mocks people that criticize Israel and quotes them to say that we wrongly believe that Israel is a brainwashed psychopathic death cult that might need to be nuked to save the human race. The only thing is that the nukes that Israel have, they threaten to nuke people all the time. And you think about what is the alternative? Israel nuking everybody, the U.S. nuking everyone, or somebody putting Israel out. It's a thing. We've never said it on the show, but it's not a bad take to say to ask the question, how can this end the best it can end? Maybe that's a way it can end, that it just needs to be taken out. But we don't say that on the show. We talk about the government itself being taken out and the military of Israel being taken out and not existing as an ethno state ever again. That's what we say. And I think he knows that's what people say, but he pretends that it's this far worse, horrible idea of nuking people, which is exactly what Israel threatens all the time. And then they don't have to register their nukes and no one else is allowed to have them, but they can have them. It's insane. Okay. The above are snippets of his lengthy rant, the rest of which was equally unflinching. No, the whole thing was cringe, dude. Like the whole thing. Given the political, sociological, and cultural climate he was describing so accurately, no, it was all off from that very first sentence. The entire thing was completely inaccurate. It's not surprising that the clip exploded. Again, you're not being honest about why the clip exploded. It was shared widely on social media by pro-Israel influencers who don't understand how bad it effing looks for them. Broadcasters on Israel. Well, of course, it was on broadcasters of Israeli TV channels. That's for sure. As worthy of a praise as Maher might be for his wise and witty words, however, something is disturbing. What is disturbing? What is the thing that's disturbing? Well, this author, their problem is that you shouldn't be thanking him at all. It's not. It's one thing to give credit to those brave enough to tell the truth about Israel and anti-Semitism. It's quite another to be grateful for it. Yeah. So that's the author's problem here, is the difference between acknowledgement and being grateful, giving gratitude. That's your big takeaway. So none of that is accurate at all. And again, the reason this clip went viral is because people noticed something that we noticed here. And it's why you're going to notice this in a second. Okay, here we go. We're going to play some of this 8 minutes for you guys. And you're going to notice what we noticed about the audience. Here we go.
Finally, new rules since yesterday was Israel's birthday. Having become a nation on May 14th, 78 years ago, everyone must either wish her a happy birthday or admit they're anti-Semitic. Now, it's everyone's right in a free...
Wait, hold on. What just happened there? So the author, as we figured, wouldn't mention the part that he didn't get a laugh there. Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again. Where's the laugh?
Everyone must either wish her a happy birthday or admit they're anti-Semitic. Now it's...
Huh? Wait, what? One more time. One more time.
Everyone must either wish her a happy birthday or admit they're anti-Semitic. Now it's everyone's...
Okay, so it's not a delayed laugh. It's a no laugh. I'm going to explain. A no laugh means nobody thought that was funny in his own freaking audience. The only reason you heard a delay and a fake and it was a forced laugh that you heard after that. That forced laugh was done by the producers who come out and tell you it's time to laugh. We work on this in advance. That's what these shows do. They all do it. All these talk shows. If you've ever been to a sitcom taping, this is what they do. They tell you you have to laugh, or we have to rewind and do it again. These don't air live. The only thing that Saturday Night Live does live, this isn't live. None of those talk shows are live. Jay Leno, all that shit. Or I don't even know who's on any. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Stephen Colbert is done. Didn't he do his last show? All those people, those are all taped that day, and then they air them that night. The reason they tape them early and then pretend it's live is because they have to redo these moments. Bill Maher didn't redo this. He kept going. The producers maybe didn't do their job well and didn't get the audience. You got to hype up. We need you to laugh. They have applause signs. They have a lot of shit ready to go. So he doesn't look foolish. This is very foolish of Bill Maher because the audience didn't laugh. They didn't listen to their instructions. They actually, it's not because they were lazy or weren't paying attention. That was a protest silence. And then the after effect you just heard was them being forced into a laugh and the producers fake laughing, and they literally come out into the crowd and they do it and they applaud and they look you in the face and they effing annoy the shit out of you to get you to make noise. That's what they do. So that was good that the audience didn't find that funny. There's more.
It's right in a free country to be anti-Semitic, but enough with hiding behind Israel or Zionism or Netanyahu. If you think, as so many do now, that when it comes to human rights, Israel is the monster country of all time, you either don't read or you don't care about your own hypocrisy. Because there are so many worse places. But that's where we are these days. No Jews, no news. Haha.
Uh-oh. Bill Maher's getting uncomfortable. Ha-ha? Huh. What happened? I thought you had your nice team in place. You get your audience. They didn't think that was funny either, Bill Maher. He's getting a little annoyed, isn't he? Huh? I just want to hear that one more. Just let me hear this out. Watch this.
News, no news.
Okay, wait. Let's get the no Jews, no news, which makes no sense. We just showed you guys the article. That makes no sense. Of course there's news. They don't give you news if you have a critique. So he's got it completely backwards. His own freaking audience doesn't think that's funny. Just because you rhymed 2 words doesn't make it funny. It's comedy 101, Bill. You should know that. Just because you rhymed Jews with news doesn't make it funny.
We are these days. No Jews, no news. Haha. But China, Russia, the Sudan, Iran, Myanmar, Haiti, the Congo, North Korea, all way worse. And that's how you know it's anti-Semitism.
Okay, bullshit. Don't ever fall for this from anyone. Don't ever fall for the what about these other catastrophes, disasters. We're against all of them. We don't like any of them. The difference, Bill, and you know this, the difference is, and I hope his audience knows this, the difference is we don't fund those ones. We fund Israel. That's why we have a problem. More so. And you hear us louder because our entire government and country and education system and media is captured by this thing that's doing the thing. And it's using our own taxpayer money to commit the thing. So don't be bringing up other conflicts, other genocides, other things that we're not actively funding right now. Don't do it. We will bring it up. We don't need your cue to tell us what to be mad about. We can certainly get in the streets for every one of our horrible. No, look, there's Cuba, there's Venezuela, there's places that we know, obviously Iran, obviously, and Palestine goes without saying. That's the whole point. That's why this is a problem, because we've been watching a genocide on our phone that we've been funding for the last 2.5 years. So we don't need your cue to tell us, you guys don't look consistent. No. We are totally consistent, because when you're principled, you're what? You're consistent when you're principled. We don't need you to tally our principles, Bill. So no, that math ain't working out here for you there. And so don't ever fall for that, people. Okay? We get angry about the things that our voices make a damn fucking difference on. When we can say defund Israel, when we can say divest, when the college campuses, the students going out to protest Israel was saying something about our investment to divest in the thing. It's not anti-Semitic. He's sick son of a bitch.
It's the inconsistency. People
Not inconsistent, principled, you moron.
talk about Jews these days like something out of Stormfront, except it's not Stormfront. It's an editor from the American Prospect, which is a venerable liberal publication that launched the careers of journalists like Ezra Klein. And yet no one blinks when one of their editors says, Israel is a brainwashed, psychopathic death cult that might need to be nuked to save the human race.
I'm just upset that it took them till 2026, February of 2026 to say it. That's my concern, because we figured that out pretty quickly after October 7th. So no, these publications were defending this shit. You could not actually get away with that at all. So yes, the tide is turning. Yes, you could be more vocal now. That's absolutely true. And Bill Maher is squirming, and the people and his handlers are squirming because more people are finding the bravery to put tweets out like this, which you could never get away with even 6 months ago. You could, a year ago. Hell no. You think you could do this shit during Biden's administration when he was funding the genocide? No, we were protesting in the streets of Chicago during the DNC in 2024. That summer, before the election, August 2024, we were there. You guys know we were effing in the streets shouting this. None of these publications are doing that then. So don't pretend for a second, Bill Maher, that this is the way the media is. They're just so anti-Israel. No. It's so obvious how bad it is now that they're allowed in 2026, February of 2026, they're allowed to have a tweet like this. So we should be applauding this and only saying, we wish you could have done it sooner. That's my only critique here. It's the complete opposite of this chump.
Uh-huh. People say the left and the right can't agree on anything these days. Well, there is this one thing they agree on. Right-winger Tucker Carlson has Nick Fuentes and Holocaust deniers on his podcast and wonders along with them who really was the bad guy in World War II.
What information was left out of our textbook? Ah, horrible to ask questions like that. Whoa. Bill, you're losing your crowd, dude. You're losing your crowd. Come on, man. You better have a good punchline ready to go. Win them back. Win them back. Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
And the New York Times has on their podcast super leftist Hassan Piker, who they call a progressive mind, and who says Zionists should be treated the same as Nazis, which I assume means hung at Nuremberg. That's what progressive is now? I guess so. The kids are sure into it. They went nuts last year at Coachella for Kneecap. That's the name of an Irish rap group, as if Ireland hasn't suffered enough.
The only reason that was somewhat of a legitimate laugh is because Irish rap group was the joke, not the messaging of Free Palestine and down with the IDF, which was the F Israel, which is the thing. That's the thing he's getting at. So he got the laugh. He thinks he's got him. You think you got him, Bill? Try your F Israel joke on them. See if that works. Here we go.
Their stage set is a sign that says, fuck Israel. And then they send a beach ball around the crowd. Again, ha-ha.
And then the ha-ha at the end was the producers telling them, you better effing laugh. That's why we let you in the room. He's fuming about this. You can tell that. This is what 3 strikes you're out, dude. How many times did you not get the thing? And the fact that he seems so surprised that he's not getting the laugh. How dare you not laugh at my beach ball joke? What's the matter with you? What's happening is the audience is actually, and I don't know if it's even conscious. It might be subconscious, but what's going on here is the audience is had enough and they're protesting this. I'm telling you guys, as an audience, you're instructed to follow the cue cards, follow the audience flashing the lights that say applaud, 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 laugh, laugh, laugh. They're not following instructions. They are protesting, whether consciously or subconsciously. They are protesting. That's what's happening here. And Bill Maher, in real time, no pun intended, is losing his crowd as we're watching. In real time, literally. And that's why we're going to give Bill Maher's audience the loudest voice of the week. Okay. I think that should wrap it up today, guys. And we hit the 5 hours. Yay. We did it. Okay. All right. Enough celebration. We should celebrate the 3 years on Rumble. That we are very proud of and very humbled about. We'll see what we can do moving into the future as the show evolves and things progress. And hopefully the show continues to expand. The community itself, you guys are a big part of it. So we're always trying out new things and experimenting and figuring out, trial and erroring. So we'll continue the conversation with you guys. I'll try to throw a few comments up here at the end. I believe we're at the point we're going to probably take Tuesday off again. I don't know. I'll keep you guys posted. And then see about, we're just going to take a little at a time. It's just, things have been very challenging here at the home front. And you guys know the deal. But you know that we, as I said earlier, we will show up if at all possible. We'll be here. And ultimately, hopefully back to the twice a week as we used to do for you guys soon. So that's the idea. So with that said, we'll take it, one day at a time. Thanks to everybody part of this show today. We hope to have that interview with Butch where I can't thank him today because he didn't come on, but we'll get him next time. Pasta, Jay, awesome to have you guys. We will see you next time. Stay in touch with us on Twitter. Check our Rumble and YouTube channel. Hit the like, subscribe, the share, all that stuff. And go over to Twitch if you guys have it. I think that's that might be a nice little experiment we have here. So we hope that we can do something positive with that. It's just, again, we're just trying it out. But this is it. This is the Homeless Left on Twitch. It's very new, just new within hours. We just started the account. So actually I swapped it over from another one we never used from my production company. It was called Sherwood Players. Now it's called the Homeless Left. We didn't even use the damn thing. Now we're going to see if it works. So here we go. And YouTube, you guys know, THL Presents, and Rumble. Happy 3 years, everyone. Thanks for tuning in today. Go back and watch anything you missed. We'll have segments up during the week. We'll stay in touch with you guys. We're going to leave you with another Lego wrap, which basically sums up the whole week with the whole Trump-China Beijing trip. Really good, really cool. We always love the Iran Lego AI people. They're always on point. So have fun with this one. We will throw some comments up during this. This is actually this one goes on a little bit, so I'll be able to get a lot of your guys' comments up over the next 5 minutes here. And we'll see you guys next time. Remember, when you go out in the world, okay, hold on. Before I do my closing line, let me just make sure I got the video right. I gotta have the Lego ready. Okay, I think we're ready. Okay, here we go, guys. So remember, when you go out into the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. It's the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news, power to the people, and free Palestine. We're out.
Please press 2 for help with your Iran problem. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. Pick up the phone. Donnie's on Air Force One, tired and alone. The war got heavy, the deal fell through. America first, but first I need you.
Monday morning, Air Force One on the runway. Gold tie straight, hair doing what it does on a Sunday. Packed his ego in the overhead bin. Didn't fit, tried twice, squeezed it in. Brought the crew along for the Beijing ride. Little Pete in the back trying to hide. The man who ran a war from a studio screen. Now sitting very quiet in the limousine. Little Marco up front with the folder and the pen. The man who ran against Donnie and lost him ran again. Now he's running errands for the man who called him small. Little Marco, big title, very short haul. See, the war was gonna be easy, fast, clean. A weekend trip, a tweet, the victory scene. But the weekend got long and the price got tall. And suddenly Donnie needs Beijing more than all.
See, pick up the phone. Donnie's on Air Force One, tired and alone. The war got heavy, the deal fell through. America first, but first I need you.
Red carpet, yes, but shorter than expected. No shy at the gate, just the deputy respected.
A diplomatic message, Donnie. Read the room when the host sends the backup. You know your status soon.
Stepped off the plane with the flag standing tall. Walked into Beijing like he owns the hall. She was at the table calm, tea in hand. The kind of calm that says, I already understand. Trump said great leader, Trump said great land. Trump said fantastic, shook a very firm hand. She showed him the garden, the old stone wall. Trees older than America, roots and all. He trees have been here 1,000 years, she said. Trump looked at the trees and looked straight ahead, nodded like the man who just failed the test, said beautiful trees, and she filed the rest. And Donnie tried the tough voice, the big rally sound, the one that works in Florida, doesn't travel around. She blinked once, poured the tea, took his time. You can't threaten the man you flew here to meet. That's the line. Let me tell you what wasn't in the press release. There was a number, not the Boeing number, not the soybean number, the other one. From a war that was supposed to last a week. That number flew to Beijing in the seat right next to Donnie. No ticket needed. It was already on the manifest. Soybeans on the table, Boeing's on the list. 100 billion promises wrapped up in the fist. He said, we'll make a deal that works for both of us. He said, of course, and handed him a bus. A bus to the next topic, smooth, slow, clean. Of course, and that rule means not what you mean. No paper sign, no Iran line, no Hormuz key. China's buying Iranian oil at a discount, you see. Trump said, fix it. She heard the ask, handed him an empty glass, and moved to the next task. Why would she rush? She's got the better hand. When your guest needs you more, you understand. America first, great hat, great phone, great call. America begging sounds different in that hall. He brought the soybeans, he brought the planes, he brought the silence, and silence explains. How much longer here? Pete passed it back, smile, pretend nothing's weird. Two little sidekicks, professionally calm, both quietly reading from the Everything Is Fine song. Pick up the phone. Donnie's on Air Force One, tired and alone. The war got heavy, the deal fell through. America first, but first I need you. Don't let it ring, Dawn's calling again. Got Pete and Marco on the very broken plan. Fluent strong, even lighter than air. She just smiled, then offered him a chair. Here's the thing about power, it doesn't always shout. Sometimes it just pours the tea, walks you through the garden, smiles very slowly, and lets you do all the talking. Because the man who talked more in that room needed something, and the man who talked less already knew the price. Back on Air Force One over the Pacific Blue. He opened up his phone and typed a nightly review. Incredible trip, historic, the best. She loves me, exclamation point, God bless. The markets open lower, analysts said thin. Financial Times says he gave nothing to him. Truth Social said we won, we always win. And somewhere, somebody liked it and moved on. The Hormuz Strait still sitting like a lock. Gas approaching 5 a gallon on the clock. Pete gave a statement, composed, bright, breezy. Marco sent a memo, productive, positive, easy. He came in like the eagle, wings spread, flag high. Left with the bag of seeds and a very tired eye. She filed the visit under managed, complete. The eagle came to borrow, the dragon kept its seat. Thank you for holding. We've reviewed your request. The deal, not available at this time. The Iran problem, still on the line. The Hormuz, we'll look into it. The soybeans, appreciate it, thank you. We hope your visit was tremendous. Your call has been forwarded to the next available country. America first, but not with us.